We have taken public testimony and staff presentation on D4. So I believe we're ready to see if the council would like to take action. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that I sent to staff, and I'll wait for it to come up. Okay. The council requests staff prepare a discussion paper to further explore the following elements as they might relate to a potential BSAI pot cod 60 feet or over catcher vessel and catcher processor lap. Cod allocations by harvest area, Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, or BSAI. The paper would discuss concerns relating to timing or logistics of harvesting allocations and how distributions of quota share area endorsements across eligible LLP licenses may impact harvest opportunities. PSC allocations, information on establishing PSC limits by species and area for the pot sector and how NIMS would manage the limits. Additional information regarding intrinsic encounter rates of PSC or other significant bycatch species by area, season, or week, or monthly, how PSC limit apportionments might affect other sectors. IRIU implications of extended seasons and any potential additional avenues to address those concerns. Monitoring issues, trade-offs between electronic monitoring and observer coverage, additional information on what aspects of the program would inform decisions on the level of monitoring or coverage needed, and monitoring costs. The processing sector, information describing the current state of the cod processing sector and recent consolidations, consideration of allowing for additional mother shipping opportunities, how tendering might help or complicate a program if implemented, additional information on active or inactive LLP license holders with only a Bering Sea or an Aleutian Island pot cod endorsement, such as entity type, location of owner, and recent transfers for the years 2008 through 2023. And that would be for CB LLP licenses and CP LLP licenses. And finally, a description of opportunities provided for new entrants in other programs that might be applicable to a program like the one under consideration. And with a second, I can speak to the motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you for the second. I'd like to start by thanking staff for their very informative and easy to follow discussion paper. Developing a LAP program is big and complicated, and I find the current paper very helpful for that. I'd also like to thank the AP and the members of the AP that worked so hard on their motion. I appreciate that they tried to incorporate all of the differing perspectives they've heard from stakeholders. Their efforts will help shape any program the council may move forward in the future. That being said, in my opinion, the development of a BSAI pot cod lap is not quite ready to be moved forward for analysis at this point. Staff has identified several points where they may be able to provide additional information to better inform council decision making. My motion for a discussion paper on these specific elements will, I think, get us to a point that we can better define reasonable ranges for the elements and alternatives of any program we might put forward for analysis. Regarding cod allocations by harvest area, I think the council would benefit from additional understanding of the timing and interplay between the pot cod fishery and other fisheries the fleet participates in, as well as the practicability for the CB fleet to harvest cod in the Aleutian Island if harvest is likely to occur after the Bering Sea closure. Regarding the PSC allocations, based on the information currently available, I couldn't provide a starting point for setting PSC limits to the sector. Having that starting point, or even a reasonable range of options to start from, is essential for staff to analyze the likely impacts of PSC reductions. It would also be helpful to have a better understanding how the agency might be able to manage a PSC limit in season for the sector, any problematic issues for the agency to manage PSC for the fleet, or if co-ops would manage PSC in season. Because of the low observer coverage rates in the fleet, it might be helpful to dig a little deeper into some of the observer data pre and post restructuring to see if that or other ideas might help the question about setting PSC limits. Regarding IRIU, I think staff did a great job answering our questions about the IRIU implications they've identified so far. As one council member, I'm interested in any ideas in addition to this 10% over under provision used in some programs. I'd also be interested in any discussion how a 10% provision might affect other COD sectors in subsequent years because the BSAI COD is fully subscribed and TAC is usually set at or near ABC. Regarding monitoring, the AP has an amendment to further explore limitations to EM and express concerns about potential. Sorry, that's not a good sentence at all. Complications if significant numbers of vessels switch to human observers instead. In discussing EM limitations, particularly as they relate to crab ID, it might be worth exploring whether novel solutions such as setting PSC at the king crab or tanner crab level rather than species level are viable and practicable. Additional discussion about the timing of data availability in either EM or observer coverage and how PSC might be managed in season could be beneficial as well. Regarding the processing sector, it's no secret there's instability in the processing sector right now. The current paper demonstrates consolidation of the number of COD processors during the years under consideration, and there has been additional consolidation in the sector since then as well. During the 2024 season completed so far, some harvesters have been unable to secure markets, and some processors chose not to purchase species and trawl cod, leaving co-ops with no delivery options. With the processor options decreasing, I think it's important to consider options that provide flexibility and/or alternative markets for harvesters. Mother shipping and tendering may be ways to provide that. The additional license information requested, staff has indicated that they have not been able to do a deep dive on licenses that have only Aleutian Island or Bering Sea endorsements and the practicability for those licenses to be able to participate in the program, or whether those LLPs might need special consideration. And finally, regarding discussion of new entrant opportunities in other programs, one alternative considered in the AP motion is not well identified or understood even by the maker of the motion. Other programs, even just those have considered options to provide those opportunities, and a brief discussion of those or other programs may provide inspiration for a workable option or two in this program. And I just wanted to speak to the comments we heard in public testimony and in written comment about the under 60 sector. I did not include a discussion of that sector in this motion. I really appreciate that they're paying attention and looking for ways that this action could impact them. I think once we have better information and we can see what the program is going to look like, that would be a more appropriate place for us to look at what the potential impacts to that sector could be. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. I'll see if there are any questions on the motion. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Vanderhoven. I was just, some of these look like pieces that, as you mentioned, might require additional information that you're asking for in the paper, and some look more like policy calls that I'm unsure whether there would be additional staff information that could be provided. And so I guess my first question, I can't bring this up online, so if you could scroll up a little bit, is on the processing sector consideration of allowing mother shipping. I'm not sure. Could you describe what you think staff would be able to bring back to inform that number of motherships? Since that seems like a direct policy call by the council to introduce mother shipping options in this fishery.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I would expect that it would be a discussion largely surrounding current mother shipping that occurs, potentially discussing the timing of when that activity occurs and if that might line up even with when the pot cod fleet would be fishing, if that's realistic. Any limitations, I know in some of our programs where we have mother shipping, they have processing capacity issues and whether or not those would apply to this fishery if vessels were to engage in mother shipping, and just to get a better picture, because we do have this contraction of the processing sector, and I think we need to be open-minded to other opportunities for harvesters to deliver their fish.
Okay. And then on the monitoring costs, what's the expectation for staff there? That is a hugely complicated issue. And without setting out what the monitoring program will be, I'm really unsure what staff could provide on costs at this point.
Thank you again for the question. Yeah, and it's clearly a moving target. I think rather than specific dollar values, it may be a more qualitative description of what types of costs, such as the equipment, maintenance, transmittal, and review, what those might look like as they might be borne by the fleet.
And then I guess my last question at this point was on the last bullet. We heard a lot in testimony about whether this fishery is really a new entrant type fishery. And I just wanted to ensure I understood your language there was really about opportunities for new people without a license and without participation in this fishery to enter, as opposed to those with inactive licenses, but that are eligible to participate today in the fishery.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, I've been bouncing around in my head options like set-asides within a co-op or an inner co-op that may provide that opportunity, that quota wouldn't be held up if there was not someone interested. But we've heard a lot of interest as well in other programs into keeping those opportunities available. And I think this is a fleet that we can certainly come up with something, or have the fleet itself work within their co-op to come up with options.
Sorry, I have one more on the first bullet. I guess every sector for cod has a BSAI allocation at this point, and you harvest cod in the area that is open or has TAC available. So is the first bullet trying to infer that we may be looking at a different, if this went forward, a different type of program whereby we would be providing sub-area allocations to LLPs through a co-op program?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. We do have the CDQ program that has separate allocations, so we do have some experience with that. We've heard repeatedly for other programs concerns, particularly from the freezer longline fleet, about when the Bering Sea closes and the need to ship the fleet then to the Aleutian Islands to continue harvesting. At a BSAI level, and knowing that the pot cod fleet fishes early in the year and then again late in the year, if the Bering Sea were to be closed, is it even a reality that the pot cod fleet would be able to choose to try to harvest in the Aleutian Islands? So I would just like additional information to help us make sure that we get that call right.
So as a follow-up, is that a yes, that like to contemplate doing separate BS and AI sub-area allocations, even though we received information that the majority of the fleet does not have a AI endorsement? I just wanted to try to outline what you're thinking for staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be a yes.
Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. What's noticeably absent from the motion and your rationale is any reference to the numerous testifiers yesterday that wanted no action or were asking for equal shares, which isn't generally how we allocate resources in a program like this. Usually we use history, dependency. And so I would assume the people that were asking for equal shares, if they were looking at a program like it was described in the AP motion, would not have been in favor of that, which means we had significantly more people opposed to moving forward with this than not. But with that said, we're in a unique location. We haven't heard from all the people in the fishery, but I think when we took this up, we were assured at the time that there was close to consensus among the users that rationalization would be a good path forward. And so what I'm asking you is, neither in your rationale or the motion did you instruct those that are eager to move forward with this program to go back to industry and try to build a better consensus, because right now what we've heard here in oral presentation is that more people are opposed to it than in favor of it. And we generally don't move forward with things like this when that's the case. With that said, there's still time. We have a huge limitation of staff, and I'm just wondering why we didn't direct in this motion the people that want this to go back and try to build consensus, or for the staff to determine the number of people that are in favor of this or not for us, so that we know if there's even a simple majority of permit holders that are active in the fishery that want rationalization. Because I don't think we have that fact in front of us, and it seems like at least a majority of the participants who are actively participating and dependent on it should express whether they want this or not. And it would be greatly beneficial to the council to have that information, and I just wanted to see if that was your expectation without stating it in the rationale or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Yeah, that's probably something that I could have spoken to. You have so many hallway conversations. Sometimes you forget to include those things when you're speaking to the motion. I intentionally did not want to do another expanded discussion paper to address these particular issues, because I feel like those, for the most part, have been pretty well discussed. I know those conversations amongst those who are interested in program and not interested in the program have been happening, maybe not with the frequency or intensity, for lack of a better word, to move forward to an analysis, which is part of why I did not take the AP approach to moving forward to analysis. This separate discussion paper is very targeted to help identify whether moving forward would be of the interest of the council, and gives the sectors time to better develop the alternatives that they're considering. And I think I got to all of the elements of your question there. I'm sorry if I missed something.
Any other questions on the motion? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I just wanted to ask, in terms of your section on the processing sector, appreciate the direction to staff to capture potential dynamics in the current fishery and potentially if we go forward. My perhaps basic question is the intention in including this in the motion to perhaps contemplate somehow including the processing sector in a LAT program in terms of receiving some sort of privileges as we have in past programs. Is that the intention of requesting this information to get a better handle on that, perhaps evaluating what kind of approaches the council's used in the past to include processors? Just again, trying to understand the direction to staff on this one.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Baker. Primarily, my concern was ensuring that we did not create a situation where there were not markets available for harvesters to deliver their cod. I think secondarily, if staff has the time and information to further explore potential quota share allocations to processors, that could be considered. I think I know we've done that in other programs, and that may or may not be appropriate for this program, but understanding the consolidation and history of deliveries, what do you do about the history of a processor that no longer exists? How does that get absorbed? Who gets credit for that history? Some of those elements. And so I think better understanding the fairly recent and more recent history of the processing sector for pot cod would help us better understand or better inform decision making on the elements that you asked about regarding allocations to processors.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Any additional questions? Ms. Vanderhoven, don't want to make you repeat yourself, but in listening to one of your responses to Ms. Kimball about the sub-area sector level allocations, and just in what my initial read, I think I was reading something then how you answered the question as far as your expectations for what we were going to be looking at. Would it be, I think what I heard you say is in this paper, we would likely want to be, or setting the stage for looking at sub-area sector allocations for this pot cod sector, which could have very broad implications for other cod sectors. So if we go down that pathway, would it be your expectation that we would also have to broadly and comprehensively look at all cod sectors and the impacts, as we're talking about how to kind of create more manageable pathways forward in our analytical process, considering staff limitations and time? I just wanted to get your perspective on that and get some clarity. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I'm certainly not intending to expand beyond really the scope of the pot cod sector, if we can avoid that, and really better understanding who can do what, and any I'll leave it at that. No, I'm not looking to expand to other cod sectors, but yeah, I think I don't need to repeat myself.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Any amendments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try this. My amendment would be to strike the second bullet under the processing sector that says consideration of allowing for additional mothership opportunities. And with the second, I'll speak briefly to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
I think this is more of a policy call once the council would determine that we would go forward with alternatives and do an impact analysis. I think the document we have in front of us already says that in the history of the fishery for the years they looked at, only 2 pot vessels ever delivered to a mothership, and that was in 2008. And the amount is so small that it can't be reported and it's confidential. I feel like, yes, we can provide a characterization of what the shoreside processing sector is going through, but there are also other shoreside processors that haven't entered this fishery. And I don't know why we would contemplate at this stage bringing in efficient platforms that are busy doing flatfish in the Bering Sea or AFA pollock at the same time to compete with the shoreside sector that's already hurting. So this just doesn't make sense to me at this stage. And so I would like consideration of deleting it from the discussion paper.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for your amendment. I guess the flipped side to your rationale, I don't see why we wouldn't look at it as a potential way to get the cod delivered. And it may not get incorporated if this goes forward to an analysis, but I think it's worth starting to have some of that conversation now. And so I'm going to oppose the amendment. Thanks.
Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Twight.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for the motion to amend Ms. Kimball, because I think it is worth maybe having a little more discussion about it at this point, although the main reason that I would vote against your amendment is just not because I want to weigh in at this point on mother shipping, either pro or con, more just we're in a discussion paper phase. But I do think that as we contemplate shifting stock distributions in particular, I think we're going to need to be able to keep in mind all ways of getting product off the harvesting vessel and into the processing stream. And I'm not at all convinced mother shipping is a good way of doing that, but I, at this point, don't have the information to say that it's not a viable option for that sort of eventuality. As you can probably tell from my comments, don't feel particularly strongly either way, but I think some additional discussion, some additional information, some additional discussion is merited.
Thank you, Mr. Twight. Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion for an amendment. Just to follow up a little bit on what Bill said there, I keep having to remind myself as I looked at this issue over the last several days that we are not to a point of any kind of final decision, and that what this motion does is gives us the opportunity to look at options. We talked for several days about flexibility and the ability to come up with other ideas. I don't think it hurts to look at the option. It doesn't mean at the end of the day that it's going to be adopted, but at least we will have taken the action to have looked at it and gotten some information that might help us make a better informed decision. So I'm not as familiar as Ms. Kimball is with regard to all of the policies and issues that it raises, but from my perspective, at least getting the information to us to be able to look at doesn't mean we're going to ultimately adopt it, but we'll at least be informed. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you and appreciate the discussion by council members. I guess final comments, I just point to the short discussion in our existing paper on page 23 and point out that the AP motion, of 9 pages did not include any sort of option like this. I just think it's premature and I think it sends the wrong signal on where we might go with the program, but premature is my main rationale because we don't have alternatives and options on the table. And I don't think staff have more to provide than what they've provided in the existing paper, but I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. I think we'll do a roll call vote on this amendment. Mr. Witherom.
Calling the roll on the amendment to the main motion. Mr. Jensen,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
No.
Mr. Mesro,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
No.
Mr. Twite,
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
No.
Mr. Williams,
No,
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion fails 5-5.
We have an amended motion on the floor. Any additional? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Nicole and I are on the same page. We have the original main motion on the table. Thank you. So any further amendments? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Madam Chair, I do have an amendment that I just emailed to staff and I will try to read it, but hopefully it will get there in time. And I'm sorry, I'm a little disjointed. So my amendment would also be in the processing sector. Oh, it looks like they got it. Great. I'll just wait. Thank you. Madam Chair, my amendment is to add 2 bullets to the processing sector section. First being number of current active COD processors compared to 10-year average. Second, tools to recognize current processor participants that also allow for new entrants. And with the second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we were on this section, I think that the first bullet really probably would be captured by staff in the first general bullet, but this is the information I am particularly interested in seeing, and so I just wanted to be really clear to help staff home in on that, and I think that would be really important information to help us understand the current state of the cloud processing sector. And then the second proposed bullet, this is the question I asked of Ms. Vanderhoven. I just really generally, if the council, again, if we're gathering more information to consider a potential LAP program, I was hoping that the discussion paper could include a brief description of tools to recognize current processor participants that also allow for new entrants. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions on the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I guess I agree with the, Ms. Baker's characterization that the numbers would be provided. I think the tools is an important part to try to recognize and support active participants in processing participants in a co-op program that moves forward with the allowance for a new entrant should things shift. So I think that's actually a great addition in order to understand in a co-op program, how do we recognize and support existing participants while allowing for new in the processing sector? So I'll be supportive.
Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Just to build on Ms. Kimball's thought a little bit, as I was actually realizing as she was making that point that in a way it could also be applied to the harvester side of it in that final bullet. In a way, I think that's what we're looking for now is those kinds of tools. So I'll just be interested to see the discussion relative to processors because it may be easier. And so appreciate Ms. Baker's amended language.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Not seeing any other comments. Is there objection to the amendment? Seeing none, that amendment passes without objection. And now we have an amended motion on the floor. Any further amendments? Any comments on the amended main motion? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. Sorry, I'm still learning how to drink coffee without breathing it in. Just a couple of quick thoughts. One is just that voice inside my head that always says, remember where we are in the process. This is a discussion paper. And I think it's appropriate that it be a discussion paper at this point. As I listened to both the presentation by the staff yesterday and also to public testimony, I kept going back to the AP motion and realizing, yeah, it was, they put a lot of work in, but it really was premature. That we do need some time to look at all these issues in a little more depth. And that also gives industry some time to kind of keep thinking through how to formulate some alternatives for analysis. And so we don't have to necessarily address all those alternatives at this point while they discuss them further, but we do have to drill in on these issues in particular. And I think Ms. Vanderhoven's done a really good job of doing what we need at this point in terms of our resources and our ability to keep moving this forward. We need some really focused questions that staff can really hone in on and productively answer without trying to grapple with maybe some of the larger issues that will come up in initial review. But at this point, this is a pretty surgical attempt to look at some particular dynamics with these questions and then some information and potential range of answers to them. I think we will be in a position to work with industry of all persuasions on this issue and put together an initial analysis, an initial set of alternatives that will be fruitful for analysis for the council. So I think this is a really good job of sort of remembering where we are in the process, and I appreciate it and support it.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven, for the motion. I think the motion that before us and the description that Ms. Vanderhoven gave with regard to the rationale behind all of these was very good. I won't go into depth about that, but it identified the need to look at a number of additional items without expanding the issues out dramatically. But there are a number of the issues that she has addressed in in this that were mentioned yesterday. Again, like Mr. Twite said, I remind myself where we are in this process. We heard yesterday discussions about needing to have bycatch reduction. Some said, not all, but some said there were, the season was too short. Maybe they didn't describe it as a race for fish, but they described that issues could be addressed that might resolve some of the shortness of seasons. There were obviously some safety concerns described as well that could be addressed by a program of this type. But we still have a bunch of work to do to identify the parts and pieces. We had an 11-page document provided to us by the AP. An awful lot contained in there, some of which might be included in a final action and some of which probably won't. But I think with what we've got here before us and with some of those things as a base, we can look at possibly a pretty good potential for something we might do, do in final action. And I would finally just echo some of what Mr. Mesereau said with regard to the fleet and the elements of the individuals who are involved. There needs to be some work with regard to how do we bring this together so that maybe not everyone, but more individuals are supportive, shall we say, of what we develop. I think this will help us get some more information that might turn that tide, but I don't know for sure. But I intend to support the motion, and hopefully the next time we see this, we'll be better informed and better able to make meaningful decisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams and Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll support this motion because it's a motion for an expanded discussion paper, but I think if I were going to continue to be on this council, which I'm not, but I believe that this council is a thoughtful, deliberative body, that I believe it would be in the best interest of the Bering Sea Podcod Cooperative to, in their comment letter that will come up when this comes back, to be able to say more than, while there is still not 100% consensus among stakeholders, the majority of historical participants would like to see the council analyze a variety of allocation options. I think we need to find a majority of historical participants that agree with the terms of a rationalization program, not just to analyze the options, but I think in order to move forward with the rationalization program, in my opinion, you need to have at least a majority of historical participants that are accepting the ranges that are provided by the council. If you don't have that, we'll be venturing into territory that I don't know that we've ventured into before when initiating a rationalization program. And reflecting back on one public comment yesterday, if you look back at fixed gear rationalization programs, there isn't a shining example of one that has achieved all the objectives and didn't have significant unforeseen consequences. So I guess I'll support this discussion paper, but I would urge the council that in the future to make sure that you have at least a simple majority of historical participants that are in favor of what rationalization is. It's difficult enough. And I looked at that motion yesterday and I saw a year of staff time, and there aren't that many staff. And so we just want to make sure as a council that if we move forward with Bering Sea over 60 podcod rationalization, that a majority of historical participants feel like they'd be better off with it than not. And I'll gladly support this motion. I don't think it harms anything. And I hope that we can hear back in the future that there are, because I think there are benefits to it. And I think people have worked really hard in that fishery and deserve to have their history recognized in some way that adds value and safety to their fishery. But I just think it has to be more than a handful. It needs to be at least a simple majority to make it feel like we're addressing the participants' needs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau and Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I will support this motion for many of the reasons that have already been discussed. I think I really appreciated the AP's focus on putting forth its recommendation, but I agree with other council members that level of detail and program development is premature at this point, and I am comfortable moving forward with this additional request of staff for information. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further comments? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the motion, Ms. Vanderhoven. I guess I am kind of torn. There's just a few things that I feel are less targeted and less aligned with even where the AP was moving. And, you know, one is asking staff to look at COD allocations by sub area. And I understand your response about CDQ, but that's dictated by the Magnuson Act, and contemplating that difference for this program in order to address a freezer longline issue with not wanting to fish as much in the Aleutians. I don't see why we would go down that road. I've already made my case about adding in mother shipping to a fishery that doesn't currently include it. And I'm concerned about spending time on opportunities for new entrants in the way that we understand this fishery. So I guess I'm kind of torn on supporting it. I don't see harm, but I don't know that it's as targeted as we would want to answer questions to determine whether to go forward with alternatives. So I'm, I guess, hesitant. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Yes, Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. After listening to public testimony yesterday and talking to these fishermen, I'm a commercial fisherman and I've gone through this kind of a thing before. I'm not willing to put these folks through 2-3 more years of wondering what's going to happen to their fishery in the future. I think I heard loud and clear from the majority of the people that spoke that they're not in favor of this rationalization program. So no matter how you paint the picture, more discussion, more meetings, more. I'm not going to be. I'll be probably the lone dissenting vote. So I'm not going to be in support of this one, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you for the motion. I will be supporting the motion. I think the biggest struggle I had was basically the time involved. I'm always for more flexibility for both the harvesting and the processing sector. I think the motion addresses many of the issues. Some may not be as targeted. I do agree with that statement to some degree, but overall, I think getting additional information and being able to make the best informed decision is always a good policy. So I will be in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata. Seeing no further comments, I'd like to do a roll call on this vote, please. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on initiating a discussion paper on elements of a Pequod Pot lap program. Ms. Kimball,
Yes.
Mr. Kurland,
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau,
Yes.
Mr. Sukata,
Yes.
Mr. Twite,
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven,
Yes.
Mr. Williams,
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Mr. Jensen,
No.
Ms. Drobnica.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-1.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any further action on D4? Okay, I think we're ready to transition to D5 if staff is available. So Diana Evans to introduce this issue. Ms. Evans.
Good morning, members of the council. Diana Evans, council staff. And I also have Dr. Chris Siddon online. He was the SSC subgroup chair for their research priorities subgroup and led the SSC development of recommendations on this analysis. So I think we'll have him walk through the PowerPoint and review on the SSC's recommendations. You've had a little bit of this through the SSC report, but this is kind of going a little bit more into detail on the specific research priorities that the SSC has recommended. Chris, are you available?
I am, if you have me. How's my audio?
It's sounding good, Dr. Siddon.
Excellent, thank you. And Diana, I am assuming since I don't have share capability right now that you're going to forward slides for me. So if we can move on, that'd be great. Okay, a quick outline for, no, I'm on the acknowledgement slides. Okay. So first off, to everybody, a big thanks to all the folks that worked on research priorities this iteration. It was a big to-do, and I think it came out fairly well in my estimation. And a large acknowledgement to the public participation and the input along the whole process here. Also, big thanks to all the review teams, the Bering Sea FEP, the various plan teams, the social science planning team, and the SSC subgroup as well. So thank you again for all the input and participation. They have all helped guide the research priorities for this review and have helped to form the updated priorities for you guys today. Next. So quick outline, what we're going to see today. We're going to see what the action is for this item, the purpose for setting research priorities, a brief description of the 2024 process, and then we'll get right into the SSC top priorities, recommendations, and then the SSC critical ongoing monitoring COM priorities for 2024. Next. Action for this item. Review SSC recommendations for the 5-year research priorities for the North Pacific fisheries and adopt a top 10 list in quotes because you guys can choose how many you actually would like to do. And then review the critical ongoing monitoring priorities. Next. Purpose for all of this, as all of you readily know, the MSA requires councils in conjunction with the SSC to identify 5-year research priorities for fisheries, fishery interactions, habitat, and other areas of research that are necessary for management purposes. The council identified 5-year priorities on a triennial basis based on how well they align with or inform management for the federal fisheries the council manages. And the last review was done in 2021. Council's approved research priorities are then provided to the Secretary of Commerce, National Marine Fisheries Service, AFSC, and other research and funding entities such as the NPRB, the University of Alaska, University of Washington, and a number of other agencies and university folks, so they are aware of the council's priorities. Next. Here's a brief description of our process in 2024. It builds on the existing process where the plan teams act as an initial filter of research priorities, both of a comprehensive list in the database plus their top immediate priorities. The SSC then amalgamates all the inputs and identifies a top 8 to 12 priorities, and we did this as a virtual meeting in May of 2024. And we are here now in June of 2024, where the council reviews the SSC recommendations and adopts those priorities. The big kind of new things here is we added a defined pathway for public input. There was opportunity for the public to suggest new research priorities through online public solicitation period that was open July through October 31, 2023. And then they also had the opportunity to comment on which projects are prioritized at plan team review meetings. And those were all scheduled between November and January, and the SSC in February. So the public had an opportunity to provide their own research priorities and then also provide comment on all the other research priorities along the way at various avenues along that. And so all that got accomplished for this year. So the SSC recommendations for 2024 research priorities. To develop this list, the SSC reviewed the 2021 top 10 list as a starting point. We reviewed all the new public submissions, and then we reviewed all the plan team recommended research priorities. So we put all of those things together. Okay. Any questions on the process or where we are before we dig right into the top 12 list that you're going to see?
Not seeing any questions.
Excellent. Okay, so here we are on the SSC top 10 to 12 list. This list is unranked, and this is page 1 of 3 of those, just so the font is larger and then we can all read them. A quick orientation. The first column is a description of what the research priority is. The second column that says citations provides y'all an idea of where this research priority stemmed from, whether it stemmed from online public submissions, from the SSC subgroup, the groundfish plan team, the crab plan team, the social science plan team, all of those things. So it gives you an idea of relative importance of where it all and the number of times it came up. You'll see in parentheticals the SUPP, and that just means where you see that it wasn't on the top 5 list for one of the plan or planning teams. It was on their supplemental list. So it wasn't their highest priority, but it certainly was a priority. So we thought that was important to note. Also, just so you know, within the description row at the end of each of these descriptions, there is another parenthetical with a number on it. That gives you a research ID number, and most of them, a lot of these have numbers that are greater than 800. And if that's the case, then the SSC subgroup deemed that it was modified or new or different enough that it warranted a new number. So anything that's an 800 or above is technically a new research priority, although a number of those are amalgamations of older ones that changed at least sufficiently enough that we thought a new number would be warranted. So that's just a quick idea of what you see there, and then we'll walk through. So the first research priority is further research to reduce Western Alaskan salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea groundfish fisheries. For example, research on salmon and drivers of salmon distribution, as well as drivers of groundfish fishery behavior, including avoidance of other PSC species. And this is 808, so it's a new research priority. And this was flagged from the public, from the SSC subgroup, from the groundfish plan team, the social science planning team on their supplemental list. The next priority is to quantify the magnitude of fishing gear, for example, pelagic trawl vessels, derelict crab pots, and modified crab pots to reduce bycatch, impacts on crab and their associated benthic habitat, and develop fishing gear innovations where needed, 809. And this was brought up again, as you can see in the citations, by a number of bodies, including the council proper. Third, evaluate direct marine mammal fishery interactions, including feeding on discards and spatial temporal trends in bycatch and potential mitigation measures for marine mammal conservation. Again, new priority, and again, a number of bodies that thought that this was an important research priority. Next. Okay, this one and the next few have asterisks in front of them. And if you can see at the bottom of this slide, the asterisk means that a similar research priority was included on the 2021 top 10 list. So just so you know, so these next 4 were also something at least very similar was on the last iteration. Examine the economic, social, and cultural effects of fisheries and fishery management policy on coastal communities over time, including impacts from fishery policy changes and tribal citizen and tribal nation reliance on, participation in, and impacts of federally managed fisheries. This does have a number that's 811, which is new. That means that the SSC subgroup and the SSC modified the wording of this reasonably enough that we warranted it and gave it a new number. And again, we see a large number of different groups that were in support of this.
Dr.
Next. Oh, yep, go for it.
Yeah, looks like we have a question, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Siddon, if the word coastal that's modifying communities were removed from this, so that it actually applies to all communities that rely on or are impacted by federally managed fisheries. So for instance, the upriver communities in Western Alaska, would the removal of that word, at least in your judgment, be in conflict with how the SSC viewed this priority and what you heard in public testimony and from the plan teams?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight. No, I think that would be an okay modification to this. I think in general, the philosophy of the SSC and the SSC subgroup is to be as inclusive to these research priorities as possible. We don't want to, if someone is going to take these as rationale for writing a research proposal or doing some research, we want them to be able to utilize these, and we don't want to necessarily constrain the creativity of a PI in moving forward. So I think that would just be fine. I don't think it changes the intent of what we were trying to get across. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready to move on. Thank you, Dr. Siddon.
Yep. Next, also had a similar priority in the 2021 list, and that is to develop actionable ecosystem indicators relevant to single species stock assessments and ecosystem assessments that address climate change impacts to manage stocks. Next, also has an asterisk. Continue to acquire basic life history information with an emphasis on improved estimates of size or age at maturity to advance understanding of the mechanisms for how maturity changes over space and through time. Again, wide support there. The last one on this page, increased understanding of the spatial distribution, habitat requirements, and movement of crabs relative to the life history, events, and fishing. Again, support from the public, the crab plan team, and the Bering Sea FEP team. And before I forget, I will also notice, since this has been an amalgamation of lots of things. This, if you remember, is also was embedded within table 2 of the UFM report as being important as similarly as I think the second bullet top 10 on the last slide, which is directly about bycatch, those types of things. So anyway, there are 2 research priorities here that I would suggest are directly related to the UFM working group report. Okay, next. Develop predictive tools and models that evaluate the impact of multiple projected climate scenarios and manage resources to inform management options related to ecosystem production and resilience and adaptation of fishing communities. Next, retrospective and meta-analysis regarding whether, how, when, and why objectives and goals of fishery management plans are or are not achieved over time. For example, BMSY proxy evaluations. Next is also an asterisk, so it was on the 2021 list exactly as it is, and that is the Norton Sound Red King Crab case study. And again, so you can see here in parentheticals, this is research ID number 731, so it's below 800. So this was not really modified from the SSC. There is a bunch of, just before I forget, there's a fairly lengthy description in the 2021 research priorities that provides a bunch of background on this if folks are interested. But it was important then. There was a lot of not a lot of discussion. There was discussion and reiteration of it's still super important, and the SSC as a whole agreed that that was the case. Next, improves. Oh, yep, go for it.
Yep, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Dr. Siddon. It's the wordsmith here again. This one kind of stands out a little just in terms of the title. All the others have much more informative titles, and I'm just wondering if it were to be retitled to really call out the incorporation of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information in a fishery that's experiencing challenges, would retitling it along those lines sort of end up obscuring some of the other elements, or is that kind of a core that the SSC thought was worth bringing out?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Twite. We, as the SSC and the SSC subgroup, decided distinctly not to reword it, just to not get into the wordsmithing portion of it, because the SSC, we are amazingly poor at doing that on the fly. And we were hopeful, and part of one of the recommendations from the SSC was to ensure that the description that came from 2021 and or some modification of it was clearly with this. So yes, you guys feel free to add something. I don't know exactly how to word that succinctly in a, couple of lines. So the short answer is sure, if you have a good idea of how to do that better. But I would suggest there's also an avenue that we can make sure to link some text with a fuller description of what that means. But I do agree with you. The rest of them are more informative, and we worked really hard to make sure that the descriptions were as standalone as possible for the most part, especially the new ones.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. So if the council were to really call out the LKTKS portion of that larger thing as maybe the most salient, would the SSC have any concerns that somehow in calling that out as maybe the most salient part of it, that we might be losing too much of the rest of it? Or is that, in other words, would it be putting a fairly different policy emphasis on it than the SSC intended?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think not. I think that would be appropriate. I'm pulled up the description from 2021 in the background, and it's certainly, part of it is, the urgency of the stock assessment and management challenges for this fishery, including the efficacy of previously instituted community protection management measures through the collaborative involvement of the LKTKS task force and the climate change task force. So I think this is geared explicitly to what you're mentioning. So I don't think it would be problematic from that standpoint.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you.
Thanks. Next, improve surveys in untrawlable habitat, particularly for rockfish, Atka mackerel, sculpins, and snow crab. And then lastly, improve discard mortality rate estimates for scallops, crab, groundfish stocks by gear types. Moving into the critical ongoing monitoring, the COMs for 2024. The SSC recommends adopting the 21 COM priorities identified in 2021 with no changes. 20 were listed in a letter in 2021, but there's 21 in the database. There's some details there. The other main thing that the SSC subgroup and SSC as a whole recommended was that critical ongoing monitoring definition description. So based on the social science planning team recommendation and the council's overall goal to facilitate the increased use of traditional knowledge within the council process, the SSC recommends the following addition to the description of the COM category. And I'll read it here. The council has adopted the LKTKS protocol and has committed to incorporating LKTKS information into ongoing management decision-making processes when available and relevant. Research focused on ongoing monitoring of the incorporation of LKTKS would increase the transparency and identify gaps in inclusivity of the process. There are numerous ways traditional knowledge will strengthen all research priorities, including offering new frameworks for analysis, fostering relationships between Indigenous and Western scientific researchers and communities. And just a little bit of backstory here, there were a number of research priorities put forward about this, but they didn't read like a typical research priority that you would just go out and try to do a research project on, but this was way more overarching and encompassing. So that's why the recommendation was to put this along with and as part of the critical ongoing monitoring portion of that. Next. And here are the rest of the COM priorities. They are unranked. And again, these are the unchanged from 2021. And I'll just walk through these quickly so you all have it on the forefront. District-wide survey for demersal shelf rockfish in Southeast Alaska. Continuation of state and federal annual and biennial surveys. Maintain the core biological and oceanographic data necessary to support integrated ecosystem assessment. Evaluate interactions between fisheries and pinnipeds, assess vital rates of stellar sea lions, assess the health of stellar sea lions, conduct routine surveys of subsistence in the northern Bering Sea and Arctic Ocean. Next. Collect and maintain zooplankton and meroplankton biomass and community composition time series. Continue to develop and improve the use of indicator-based ecosystem assessments throughout the range of the council's managed resources. Collect and maintain time series of ocean pH. Collect, analyze, and monitor diet information. Collect and analyze fishery effort and observer data for scallops. Continue to collect guided angler sector data for the halibut fishery. Survey capability for forage fish. Next. Monitor the economic effects of fishery policy changes on coastal communities. Monitor subsistence harvest in communities affected by council actions. Monitor the movement of stellar sea lions and northern fur seals. Expand the statewide scallop survey. Collection of socioeconomic information. Maintain observer program. Fishery monitoring and catch accounting. Next. I will provide just a little bit of a backdrop. The SSE subgroup, we were never planning on taking up the COM priorities in this iteration because we took what we thought was such a large kind of undertaking to ensure that there were improved public pathways to partake in the research priorities. So we weren't really planning on taking up COMs this kind of iteration. And then there were a number of places where there were recommendations to move some of the research priorities from the database and elevate them to COMs and various other things that that subgroup felt like we really needed to do a review of all of that to make sure it was reasonable. And then the short of that, because we did it kind of on a short timeline, we had some, I would suggest, notable improvements, but there was insufficient time for the SSC as a whole or the public to really provide solid information and review of those things. So that's why the SSC as a whole recommended to hold on to the 2021 COM priorities for this go around, and also recommended that is to do a thorough detailed review of the COM list for the next iteration. It will be high on our list. So thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Siddon. See if there are any additional questions. Yes, Ms. Gimbel.
Thank you. I just had thank you, Dr. Sin, just a general question about all the changes that the council and the whole process has implemented for research priorities, including, changing the category definitions all the way to the kind of review process that was used this year, and just get your general sense about whether we really have made improvements, provided more opportunity for public comment, plan team comment, SSC comment, or if you had any suggestions for additional changes.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for the question. The short answer is I thought it was great. I thought it was a notable improvement over the last 2 iterations that I've kind of gone through for research priorities. I think with the SSC as a whole and the SSC subgroup have a number of just, improvements to move forward on. But I think in general, the amount of the ability for the public to be involved was highly improved. I've gotten a bunch of feedback from a number of those, and there was some additional recommendations for improvement. But overall, I think it was a pretty big success. I will suggest also that at least the formal portion of it was super smooth, and all of it was super smooth, but there was, the SSC subgroup definitely had a big lift in between for the last year, making sure that we did our homework and kind of were as accessible and made that happen. So, I think it was a great improvement is the short of it. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And following up on that point, Dr. Sidden, the SSC subgroup, yes, it is clear you all had to do a lot of extra work. And do you think, assuming we stick with this general process going forward, do you think that extra workload might be reduced a little bit now that we've been through this once? Or do you have any thoughts on that? I'm just trying to gauge how much of an extra burden this is on SSC subgroup members, and is that reasonable to expect going forward?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for that question. I think with this first iteration, and with the council staff, with Nicole Watson tracking things and keeping us organized and keeping it all documented, that this process will be, well, I will say if we kept everything the same and didn't try to improve stuff or dig into COMs, it would be a markedly shorter and easier, less onerous process. But because we'll have the space, we will likely fill that space and do a better job looking at some of the other things, explicitly the COMs, which will take some time and thought in the background. But yes, it will be shorter and more streamlined for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands up. Appreciate your time, Dr. Sidden, Ms. Evans. That brings us to our AP report. And as a reminder to the public, please do sign up for public testimony if you wish to comment on D5 before the end of our AP report. Thank you.
Morning, council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair. On agenda item D5, the AP did make a recommendation and passed a motion, and that motion reads as follows. Under D5 research priorities, I should step back. I believe Heather Mann is also online if there are questions as well for her. Okay. Under agenda item D5 research priorities, the motion reads as follows. The AP appreciates the work of the SSC by the SSC subgroup, plan teams, and other review bodies and council staff for all the work to refine and implement the RP selection process and structure. The AP recommends the council adopt the top 12 list of unranked research priorities RPs as presented by and recommended by the SSC. The AP recommends the description of the research priority ID number 809 and others as necessary be updated to include language that identifies that it addresses a data gap identified in part by the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Workgroup Report. The AP recommends the description of research priority ID number 811 read as follows. Examine the economic, social, and cultural effects of fisheries and fishery management policy on communities over time, including impacts from fishery policy changes and tribal citizen and tribal nation, reliance on participation in and impacts of federally managed fisheries. And I'll just note that the edit there is to strike the word coastal. Continuing on, the AP recommends the council adopt the 21 critical ongoing monitoring priorities identified in 2021 with no changes. The AP recommends the council adds the general statement as presented to the critical ongoing monitoring category in the research priorities definition descriptions write-up regarding traditional knowledge. And that reads, the council has adopted the LKTKS protocol and that has committed to incorporating LKTKS information into ongoing management decision-making processes when available and relevant. Research focused on ongoing monitoring of the incorporation of LKTKS would increase the transparency and identify gaps in inclusivity of the process. There are numerous ways traditional knowledge will strengthen all research priorities, including offering new frameworks for analysis, fostering relationships between Indigenous and Western scientific researchers and communities. And that motion passed 21-0 as amended. And with that, I'll take any question.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Could we put that back up on the screen, please? Well, there we go. Oh, sorry. So my question is about the sentence regarding research focused on ongoing monitoring of incorporation of LKTKS would increase transparency and identify gaps in inclusivity of the process. Who would be conducting research focused on ongoing monitoring of the council's incorporation of LKTKS? How would that look? Or was there any discussion about that?
Through the chair, there was not a lot of discussion about that specifically. The statement as written was suggested through the presentation and by the SSC work group and subgroup, and there was not a there was discussion around the table about the importance of including language or potentially a research priority that discussed LKTKS protocol implementation, and the AP decided to sort of recommend the language be added to the critical ongoing monitoring as was recommended by the subgroups.
Madam Chair, this is Heather. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Mann.
I agree with what Paul has said, and I would just add that there were some concerns by AP members about the implementation of the protocol and wanting to continue to make sure that there was sort of this robust implementation of that, and felt that emphasizing this language would continue to just elevate the issue and keep it on everybody's radar. Just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was helpful. Thank you.
Then we have Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Mr. Wilkins covered this, but I just want to confirm, as I read this AP motion, the AP is not recommending any changes to the statement that we're discussing as recommended by the SSC. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you.
We are ready to move on to public testimony on D5. We have 4 members of the public signed up. As a reminder, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, associations and organizations 6 minutes, and there will be a timer on the screen. Thank you. We'll begin with Corey Lesher, followed by Scott Goodman.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I'll be speaking on behalf of our comment letter today. First, I'd just like to acknowledge the presentation we just heard from Dr. Siddon and all the work by the SSC subgroup. We really appreciated the public process this time around for input and engagement for research priorities. There was a large number of select opportunities to provide our input throughout the way, and it was quite transparent. So really appreciate that moving forward. I think this is a good method for council research priorities. I would just like to point out in June of 2023, the council, when the council made the recommendation to form the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group, one of the goals asked or recommended by the council was for the working group to report on specific research priorities and recommendations. It seems as though the research priorities went through a tremendous amount of public comment period, and also the individual plan teams for review. Seems to me this was a really missed opportunity to also have the priorities put forward, the research priorities put forward by the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Working Group could have been part of the review. The presentation we just saw by Dr. Siddon and the SSC's subgroup and recommendations did a great job of collating these research priorities and identifying the broad topics in which review teams provided this information. I think it's a missed opportunity not to have had the Unobserved Fishing Mortality Work Group recommendations incorporated in this. They're separate agenda items. I understand that. Just note that for the future when there's a working group formed or recommended by the council. And one of the asks is for research priorities and recommendations. I appreciate the work that the SSC subgroup did to provide, to take into consideration all of the plan team recommendations, and they provided this top 12 list. And to an extent, it feels like some of these topics are quite broad, and I think that was the intent, to capture as many of the recommendations by the different plan teams and members of the public. I appreciate that. However, I do feel for specific research priorities, it's a benefit to be more prescriptive and perhaps more focused. And I'm speaking specifically to crab-focused research. I would note that in February of this year, this council halted red king crab savings area action at the council, due in part to a lack of data. And the council noted that they continue to place a high priority on these research items, specifically unobserved fishing mortality, gear impacts on habitat, and seasonal distributions of crab, and encourages funding entities to also prioritize them highly. So I would encourage the council to make this a priority in this research priority review cycle. And again, earlier this week at this council, we heard that in the D1 motion that the council is supportive of unobserved fishing mortality research. So where I'm getting with all this, I think, is that I feel like the council has provided emphasis on the importance of understanding UFM on crab for both estimates for stock assessment and also management. And so in this review, I guess we ask that the council prioritize this in their list of top 10 or 12 or however many priorities come out of the review cycle. I feel like that's quite redundant. I've spoken to this under unobserved fishing mortality action item. And again, today, I provided testimony to the AP as well, although they got these agenda items in reverse order. So I just wanted to flag that again for the council. And before I wrap up today, just would like to take the opportunity to acknowledge Mr. Mesereau's service on the council. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I wish you the best in your future endeavors. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lusher. Are there questions? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Mr. Lusher, for your testimony. So recognizing that the top 10 list, actually 12, is at a pretty high level, rather broad, there is the item on there that specifically addresses quantifying the magnitude of fishing impacts on crab and associated benthic habitat. So do you find something lacking in that? I realize you'd like to have more specificity, but again, these are at a pretty broad level. So is there something conceptually that's missing from that should be there, or do you have any additional thoughts on that?
To the chair, Mr. Curlin, this is an excellent question, and I've gone back and forth myself regarding this question. It was asked in the AP. I believe it was specifically asked during the presentation, and Dr. Siddon gave a great response. His interpretation of what I believe is 809 in the SSC's recommendation is that yes, it does encompass unobserved fishing mortality research. When I read it, and specifically the language talking about developing gear innovations where needed, it's not directly clear to me that it is recommending unobserved fishing mortality research. The language in that description is quite broad, and I think my testimony today in our comment letter from ABSC just requests more specific, whether it be language or intention from this council to prioritize the research needs, especially those put forward by the unobserved fishing mortality work group on in this review cycle. I think that is one of the benefits of having a 3 or a 5 year review of research priorities is this council is able to identify what, as we're changing, whether it's climate, fisheries, what the top needs are. And the last 3 years that we've been at this council, we've identified that multiple crab stocks are at a severely depressed state, and we have a lot of crab fishermen without boats in the water. That signals to me that the information that we need to understand what's going on here, in part unobserved fishing mortality, impacts from climate change, should probably be one of the top research priorities from this council. When I read 809, I think that it does a good job of casting a broad net. And so I think just to wrap up, I would still recommend more focused language, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Lusher.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Scott Ferguson, followed by Melissa Matoyak.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, council folks. Appreciate an opportunity. My comments here are quite brief and somewhat similar to what you just heard from Mr. Lesher. For the record, I'm Scott Goodman, Executive Director for the Bering Sea Fisheries Research Foundation. And we definitely appreciate the process here, which I think is an important part of formalizing something that really kind of goes on in the background all the time. And I'll speak to that more in a moment here. I think to give my take here briefly, it is to say that we appreciate the continued emphasis that this process is highlighting for crab at a time where that's extremely important. The industry is struggling to survive and remain fluid here as we have research that we're trying to focus in more and more on in useful ways that can answer some questions quickly. So we definitely appreciate that this, again, is bubbling up for direct topics or issues here for a strong focus on crab with a number of others that are indirect. I want to comment that I appreciate the overall process here. I also would say that it's better than I have experienced in the past. We have been involved a number of different points, different times here to give input in very specific and detailed ways. I would acknowledge that the balance here between splitting and lumping to an extent to giving some specificity or prescription where it's needed is really important. But also, since this is sort of formalizing a process that gives advice, it's important to give that advice in a general enough or broad enough way that you can fit a few things together. So I acknowledge that, and I know that that's a difficult part of this. I would commend Dr. Sidden and others all along the way here for doing a pretty good job at that. I would note in this part of my comment that there, I think, were a couple of hiccups along the way here, and those were because people have a lot to do, some scheduling and some moving of this as a topic. I think as we're approaching the finish line here, I'm still standing that it was a much improved process this time around. I would stand by those comments. So my last part is to just say that when those like you take a moment here to formalize this, that it is the utility of designating research priorities is a critical part of the overall research planning and strategizing that many people are doing, and the advice directly informs and filters through many different places. So this is a really key piece of, sort of finishing this process, and I would commend the overall process to get to where we are now, hoping that it keeps a strong focus as we're going here in kind of a formal way on research items and things that bubble up for crab that can help us in a time where we're bridging towards what's next. And that's all I have. I can take questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. I'm not seeing any questions.
Thank you.
Next up is Melissa McToyak Johnson, followed by Craig Rose.
Do you got me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay. We honor to the Sukbiak people for providing place for the North Pacific Fishery Management Council to meet. Uvonga Maktoyak, I am providing testimony today as a tribal member of the federally recognized tribe of Nome Eskimo community. The amendment from the advisory panel to strike the word coastal from 811 in the description, I fully support, as it portrays to this management body that we continue to be inclusive of all areas of the state of Alaska, the indigenous peoples that are affected by the decisions from this management sector. And I also support the recommendations of non-ranking of the of what the SSC provided, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, I'll see if there are any questions for you. Thank you for joining us this morning. So our last testifier is Craig Rose.
Good morning. Sound check.
You're very faint, Mr. Rose.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go with that. Well, thank you. And like others before me, we all have our own angle on reading these. And mine is as the gear researcher. And certainly I see place in the first two of the top of the Big Ten, who's now the big whatever. And in the salmon bycatch. But I did note it does not, it could be read to say we're only looking at things that will separate Western Alaska from other ones in the text. I had to go back to the SSC minutes where their extended table says 235, priority 235 is, which is gear developments, and that applies. So that's there. It as with everything in these short summaries, it's not perfectly there, but I can take that to funders and say, okay, it's in there. Likewise with the crab research, I think that's pretty well. I would, developing fishing gear innovations is explicitly noted, as opposed to where needed. You might want to say to reduce those impacts. Just in general, but what kind of fishing gear innovations was a thought. But that's about all I've got, and I won't take any more of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. I'll see if there are any questions. No. Okay. Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
So that concludes our public testimony on D5. Let's come back in about 10 minutes and see whether or not the council would like to take action on D5. So 9:55. Council members, please come back to order. We have received staff presentation and public testimony on D5. What are the wishes of the council? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My motion reads as follows. The council adopts the SSC recommendations for the 5-year research priorities, including their quote, top 10 unquote list, the critical ongoing monitoring list, and their proposal for additional guidance to the critical ongoing monitoring list concerning LKTKS, and makes the following changes to the wording of 2 of the top priorities. Retitle Research Priority 731 as follows. Norton Sound Red King Crab Case Study as a pilot study for the incorporation of local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information in a relatively small-scale fishery that is experiencing challenges related to both stock and climate change factors. Remove the word coastal from the title of Research Priority 811 so that it reads, examine the economic, social, and cultural effects of fisheries and fishery management policy on communities over time, parentheses, including impacts from fishery policy changes and tribal citizen and tribal nation reliance on participation in and impacts of federally managed fisheries. And with that, Madam Chair, with a second, I'll speak to my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
And Madam Chair, of course, I have the wrong document open. The council appreciates the work of the SSC over the last several months, or actually last year, developing a subgroup or subcommittee to work on this, to specifically focus on this, and then scheduling an extra one-day meeting in order to review the work of the subcommittee and provide their recommendation to us. The SSC reworked the process some with the subcommittee in to align with the process changes that this council adopted back in July of 2023. It's clear from both the results of the SSC as well as the comments we heard in public testimony that the new process does offer a more transparent approach, offers opportunity for additional engagement with the public, additional public input, and that it's working well. So I'm proposing taking the results of the process and adopting them as a whole. There's 2 small changes that suggested just to the titles of 2 of the research priorities, and the reasoning for those changes has already been brought out in council member questions of both at the staff testimony and of the public. And be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on Mr. Twite's motion? Thank you, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Twite, for the motion on that number 731. I'm going back to the presentation. That's just, it's not changing the intent of what that research priority is. I understand that as just an expansion. And so I just wanted to hear that one more time, an expansion of the current language so that when someone looks at the priorities quickly, they understand what that means.
That's correct, Ms. Kimball.
Any other questions on the motion? Any comments on the motion? Thank you, Mr. Twite.
I'll just note, want to expressly call out the work of the SSC subcommittee. They devoted a lot of time to this, and particularly the leadership of Dr. Sidden.
Thank you for that. Any objections to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thank you again, Mr. Twite. Any further action on D5? Seeing none, I think if Ms. Evans is ready, or Mr. Witherall, we can begin staff tasking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Ms. Evans to come up and provide an overview of the action memo.
Good morning, members of the council. Sarah, would you be able to pull up the action memo, just straight the PDF version? I don't have a separate presentation. A moment. So the tasking memo you have, and we'll just bring that up online, but it's the same version that you see posted, provides the normal updates that we have during staff tasking for you with respect to committees and plan team membership and upcoming meetings. At our last council meeting, we went over committees and we agreed that we would try in our staff tasking memo to provide you not just when meetings are planned over the next few months, but also just to provide you a short description of the agenda topics, hoping that will be more helpful and more transparent to the public and the council members as you understand kind of the big picture of what those committee meetings are intended to accomplish. Obviously, the detail of those agenda topics will also be decided closer to the meeting and will be available on our e-agenda, but at least this gives you a sense of the types of things that we're talking about. Over the next couple of months, actually through this really goes through the end of the calendar year, you can see that there are crab planting meetings planned, groundfish planting meetings planned for the fall cycle. We also have FMAC and PCFMAC meetings scheduled for September. In the ED report, you heard talk about scheduling a legislative committee. And also for whenever we plan to do the IFQ program review report, which is currently scheduled tentatively for October, we would want to convene an IFQ committee meeting before that. Other things that are listed here, sort of looking towards the end of the calendar year. If you go down to the next place, thank you, Sarah. Our Charter Halibut Management Committee meetings occurring in October and December. That's the normal cycle for looking at Charter Halibut management measures. And then the only other item that's listed here is noting that your climate change task force it will be meeting in early November to pull together their final report of their work and react to the climate workshop report as well and provide you with their final recommendations. So that's scheduled for early November. Just one more last thing on committees, just noting that you do have, this is the meeting at which you call for nominations for 2025 membership for your advisory panel and your SSC. We used to do that in October. We moved it up to June to allow a longer time for the public to respond and decide whether they are interested, and also so that we can close that application period by October 31st, which also provides the opportunity for the council members rather to talk with prospective AP candidates, especially NSSC candidates, and so that you can do that nomination process as scheduled in December with the most information available to you. Moving down, the couple other things that we want to cover here, and maybe I'll cover the tasking and scheduling component first, and then we'll circle back to the climate scenario workshop recap. I just wanted to highlight for you that we have posted an updated version of the 3-meeting outlook, and perhaps we can walk through that at the end here. Our during meeting version, which goes from October, December, the special February meeting, and then the April meeting. Looking ahead, we have a caution in here, just as I think that you're all well aware, we do have some some fishery analyst vacancies. And so that's going to affect our capacity to get through the work that is assigned. So depending on the speed at which we hire those are able to hire new analysts, and then obviously their level of experience coming into the job will just dictate a little bit of the speed at which we can get to some of those different analytical projects. The version of the 3 meeting that we have posted takes that into account. So we put things in the batter's box, for example, where we don't know that we have specific tasking for that item yet. Hopefully, when you see that in October, we'll have a lot more information for you. The other thing that I wanted to highlight, and this is a revised version of the action memo, so this is slightly new from the version that was posted last week, but just noting, we also wanted to raise to the council and the public a caution about SSC agenda time. I think that everybody associated with this process has recognized that the SSC is fully tasked and has difficulty getting through all the items on their agenda. And that's even with advanced planning on behalf of council and SSC leadership, where we have chosen not to send some of the items that we typically send to the SSC. They just don't have time to address on their agenda. So we recognize that that's a problem, a constraint for the council and for the SSC, and we're trying to, look at a wide range of opportunities to address that issue. I think the important thing that we wanted to highlight for you by having this conversation at staff tasking here is just to begin to set expectations that we are trying to be really thoughtful about the opportunity to use our SSC. I think everybody on this council really sees the SSC as an asset, and as that SSC review is really valuable. It is a limited resource. We have at most 15 days a year. That's if we are having the SSC meet for the full 3 days, and if we have 5 meetings. But even in the last year, you'll see we've had at least a couple virtual meetings of the SSC prior to the SSC meeting starting proper. We have the SSC frequently going late into the evening, beyond their 8 scheduled hours in order to get through agenda items. So it is a real important issue that we address. We don't want to burn out our SSC, but we want to make sure we're using that time most valuably. So we're going to come do a little bit more work internally and talk with the SSC leadership about opportunities and how can we best be transparent about how we prioritize that SSC time. And our intention is to report back to you when we have some more information. I think the only other thing just to highlight in the memo.
Sorry, before you move on, I think we have a question on that item. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I didn't realize that you were almost done, Ms. Evans, but on that point, I think that's actually a big deal. And I'm wondering if you're not asking for council ideas on how to reduce the burden to the SSC at this meeting, or would you rather us wait until October when you said you might come back with further ideas? And I ask specifically because I was looking at the preliminary agenda for October and just seeing a couple things that maybe aren't necessary for the SSC to review. It would be great if they had the time, but are you not looking for those kinds of ideas at this meeting? Would you rather the council wait?
Through the chair, I think this is going to be a conversation that we'll not going to be able to solve in one go. I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation about how to deal with things like how do we as staff, for example, have the opportunity to perhaps really define the focus of what we're looking for SSC review on and make sure that we're teeing up that appropriate conversation. I think we've talked about other things in terms of, I know the SSC chairs have spent a lot of time thinking about how to manage within the meetings, having more conversations in advance between plan team chairs and the SSC leadership so that those agenda items for specifications go smoothly. So I think there's a number of factors specific to this meeting. I think the one thing that we have begun to have conversations with the SSC about is program reviews and how can we best kind of find the right role for the SSC with respect to program reviews, particularly for program reviews that are following the same methodology that we have explored before. We've had some preliminary conversations about that, but I think that the SSC is interested to also make sure that we are including the opportunity for their members to be part of that conversation. And so I think it would be great if the council has any interest or has ideas for us to think about at this meeting. We'd certainly be happy to hear that. Our intention would be to have some of those conversations over the summer so that we can make sure that we're we're not surprising anybody, and we're trying to make sure we include the whole realm of perspectives when we're looking at this important question about SSC review time, and then we would bring that back so that we can potentially, some decisions we'll have to make with respect to the October agenda over the summer, but certainly in a public forum, we can continue to have these conversations so that others can participate as well.
Thank you.
So the other thing that in the memo that just points out that we have talked about the special February 2025 meeting where we're really intending to focus on a single issue, which is the chum bycatch analysis. And you'll see that in the revised 3-meeting outlook when we circle back to that. Our hope, just given the SSC agenda time, is that perhaps we can schedule the SSC only to take up other agenda items during that February meeting, but for the AP and the council, the focus would be exclusively on chum. And so we have thought about how that schedule lays out. We're looking at a time period from February 3rd to February 10th. Because there's only one agenda item, we can't overlap as much as we normally would during meetings because we have to finish something in one group to be able to move it on to the others. So we're still working on that scheduling. We tried to just provide a first indication for people's planning purposes of where we think that will line up in terms of the SSC, the AP, and the council. But our intention would be certainly come October, we'll have that more fully fleshed out for you all. I think there's no further questions on this. I would invite Katie, or maybe Katie can come up while there are questions.
Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sevens, and sorry for the late question. My question was regarding committees, and in particular, the Charter Halibut Committee. It seems like October is a long way away, but it's not. And I know that the way that it works in that committee and the way these catch recommendations come, it requires some integration of council staff and fish and game staff. And I know that the fish and game staff that took over the responsibilities from Sarah Webster was Brianna Bowman, who has left her job. And so I'm just foreshadowing a potential unusual situation where fish and game does not have somebody in that position that I know of at this moment, which means that it's going to be an inexperienced person that has not done that evolution before. I'm not sure what to do about that. I guess it would be good maybe for the state to let the council staff know when and if somebody is hired for that position, or if they have somebody and who it is, and perhaps for them to let industry know too, because there's some back and forth between industry and the state when it comes time to do that. And I just wanted to bring that to the council's attention, that it's a potential gap in staffing that could complicate that particular aspect of the fall, where the charter industry has to make recommendations based on an analysis that there is not currently someone in place to do. I'm not sure how that's going to shake out, but I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the council and Ms. Baker, so maybe we can look for a resolution for that in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. I can go ahead and get started while we're getting slides up. There they are. I'll be providing a brief update on last week's climate scenarios workshop, which was held on Wednesday and Thursday. Oh, and sorry for the record, Katie Latonich, council staff. So last week's workshop generated a tremendous amount of discussion, lots of notes for us to work through over the summer as we prepare the meeting report. So for today's talk, I'll just offer some initial thoughts on the final report, mostly providing you an opportunity to reflect and share your feedback and ask any questions while it's still fresh in everyone's minds. So the workshop was noteworthy for the high level of participation and bringing together so many different perspectives. We had over 200 people participate in some way. Just for a little breakdown of the numbers, we had about 150 people in person, about 50 to 70 on Zoom at any given time, and 40 to 45 people participating in each of those 4 breakouts. I just wanted to thank all of our facilitators and our admin team for helping accommodate everybody who wanted to join, especially for the virtual portion. There was some additional discussion in AP staff tasking about the breakdown of participants and what we can say about actual versus registered participation. So since then, we've published a preliminary list of participants. This includes everyone who registered to participate in person, plus a list of those who participated in some portion of the workshop by way of Zoom. So we were able to export that that participation list. So this list is now published under the workshop e-agenda under day 1 materials. This includes names only, not contact information or affiliation, because we did not ask people to indicate their preferred affiliation and whether they were attending as an individual or representing a group. So briefly restating our next steps, as I mentioned, we're providing a voluntary workshop feedback form that's set up as a Google form, and this serves a few purposes. One is to allow people to continue sharing their ideas after the meeting in case you have a good follow-up discussion or a sidebar. Do you want to make sure we also include those ideas in the meeting report? So the comments we receive through this form will not be comments that are published on the agenda. It's really just additional information that's aggregated for the workshop summary, and it will not be quoted directly either in this or in any other publications that follow from the workshop. It's also a chance for us to get some feedback on the format and structure of the workshop, which is important because the council's IRA proposal and work plan include additional workshops as a way to have more informal and open dialogue. And because workshops are a big investment of time, it's good to get some feedback on how we can use them to the greatest advantage. I'll say a bit on our task in translating the workshop discussions into the report. Just to give you a sense of what we're talking about, we had 9 breakout groups and 4 sessions. So all told, that's over 40 hours of discussion time, which is great. Our task is to synthesize all of this in a way that meets multiple objectives. First, and this is important, I want to make it clear that we'll present the content from the workshop as ideas and not recommendations, because at this stage, we're really just aggregating and presenting ideas for the council and the public to respond to. And again, I'll include that caveat that in listing all of these ideas, we're not implying agreement or consensus among the breakout groups. We also want to capture the full range of ideas that came up, including those specific actionable ideas and needs that directly address the council's purpose statement for the workshop. In addition to capturing the range of ideas, we want to capture something about the depth. And to the extent practicable, we will say something about how frequently or consistently some of those ideas came up. There also may be some opportunities to put ideas in context. I want to be very clear, we won't attribute ideas to people or organizations, but there may be some opportunities for us to say more about ideas and whether they reflect a viewpoint of a certain region or a fishery. For example, if they're more specific to the Gulf of Alaska or the Bering Sea. I'm not sure to what extent until I can dig deeper into those notes. So I'll say a bit about the sort of information you can anticipate seeing in the final report and how it might be organized. First, starting with some of the very broad themes of discussion. Through our facilitator recaps of those breakout sessions, I think we all have a pretty good idea of what those very broad themes that tended to come up across most or all discussions and scenarios are. They speak to some of the qualities and attributes of a climate-ready management process. Sometimes these were very big picture, but sometimes you can also map these to specific ideas as to how we would put these values into practice. So for example, things like inclusivity, trust, collaboration, and transparency. We also talked about attributes of resilient climate-ready management and what it should achieve in terms of things like facilitating stability, adaptability, flexibility, nimbleness, encouraging innovation, and also being precautionary. We talked quite a bit about the need for prioritization and triage, while also providing forums for deeper ongoing discussion of climate change planning needs. We talked about enhancing partnerships and collaboration, both within the council family and across government agencies, to take a more cohesive response to climate change impacts, including for purposes such as disaster response, food and nutrition security, as well as research and capacity building. And we talked about fisheries becoming a more active voice in the maritime industry and blue economy planning. As well, we talked about international research and management coordination. And finally, we talked a lot about leveraging available information, investing in surveys, and the importance of diverse knowledge systems, including local and traditional knowledge and subsistence considerations. We also talked quite a bit about some of the difficult questions and discussions that may become maybe more necessary or more acute as climate change impacts become more severe. These came up especially around the discussions of the more challenging scenarios 3 and 4. So just a few examples of those. We talked about balancing competing objectives and values, which of course is something that's not new to the council process, but I think we recognize there may be more stark trade-offs, for example, about whether to prioritize efficiency versus participation in a changing environment. We talked about managing and resetting expectations. So for example, if we're under a lower productivity regime, like we talked about in scenarios 3 and 4, along those lines, we talked about aligning productivity and capacity. There are also discussions about how we invest limited planning bandwidth at the council level and whether planning for climate change means we plan for everything or plan for the worst and hope for the best, and how we can use our time to the greatest advantage. We also talked about trade-offs between rapid response and a more deliberate, inclusive process. So finally, I'll talk just a bit about some of the specific ideas and tools and approaches that were discussed. Again, these directly address the council's direction for the workshop. And I just want to be very clear in caveating this and the other 2 slides I showed. These are just some examples of the tremendous volume of information that's going to be in the report. So this is in no way to imply that these are the most important or that these are the only things that came out of discussion. It's really just to give you some specific examples of what you can expect to see more of. So some of these specific ideas may be very specific to a scenario. I think some of them we can roughly attribute to being more discussed more in the context of a best case scenario or a worst case scenario. And then some ideas we talked about being appropriate for all future scenarios. So just some examples, we talked about disaster planning. We talked about frameworking and how we can plan ahead for some flexibility and rapid response within some agreed upon parameters that have already been analyzed. There was some discussion of if-then management triggers tied to ecosystem indicators. Some discussion about evaluating and refining the use of OY caps. And then discussion around mechanisms we could look at for flexibility, diversification, and off-ramps, as well as ideas for co-production of knowledge and research. So that's it for my quick recap. Again, I can't overemphasize that these are just some of the many ideas that came up, and there's much, much more to come in the final report. On that note, I just want to emphasize too that the final report is, it's a reflection of what was discussed. It's an attempt to gather together all of the good ideas we heard. But it's not, it's not an end point. It's really the beginning of a conversation. And so, the real discussion and action item is what to do next in response to the information that's presented in the report, both in terms of the council's action and the public's chance to weigh in on what they heard and respond to the report. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Latanich. Let's see if there are any questions or feedback, but thank you so much for all of your work in helping guide us through one of our first workshops dealing with climate change. Tremendous attendance, and I think people walked away with a great deal of additional food for thought and context as we move forward. Any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for that brief report. I just wanted to follow up on your last statements. I think the intent, at least with our 3 meeting outlook, is to review the workshop report in October. And I'm just trying to marry this with one of the AP's motions that's asking to circulate that to participants prior to releasing the final report to the council. And so what would we intend to see in October? Would that be considered a draft report that the public could review and comment on, the council could review and comment on prior to it being considered final?
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Our intent was for the report to be provided to the council as a final report in October. I don't know if Ms. Evans wants to say more about that, but we were thinking that we would provide this as a final report and that would be the opportunity to respond to the content of the report. And then, of course, as with any council item, if there are further direction from the council that, we need to update or amend the report to reflect any, concerns raised by the public, we could certainly do so at that time.
Thank you. Maybe just for public perception issues, to me, that sounds like a draft report if it has the opportunity to be amended or changed. So maybe just some food for thought on how we list that or provide that note to the public. And maybe we'll get some testimony. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Kimball and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I just want to say thank you for yourself and the whole team for the efforts to put in this together. Just an observation, we had the opportunity, or I had the opportunity to review a couple of, shall we say, media reviews of the workshop. And it was heartening to see that, at least in those reviews, you know, our purpose, our message, what we were trying to accomplish got through to those folks that were writing those reviews, and identified a number of the really critical things and why we were doing this. Oftentimes I've seen those reviews and they miss the point completely. But in this particular case, at least the ones that I got to see, they did a good job of capturing why were we there? What was our purpose? What were some of the key themes that came out of the workshop? And they all kind of emphasized or built upon what I think we were trying to do and what will be useful into the future with both our process and anyone else that looks at it. So thank you again.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll echo other council members' expressions of appreciation, both to Katie, but also to council staff as a whole. And my question sort of follows along that line. Do we have at this point sort of preliminary estimate of the amount of council bandwidth that it took to pull this off? Because it sure looked to me like we had the right number of council staff engaged to make it work as smoothly as possible, and it really did work smoothly. But it's hard for me to imagine we could pull off another similarly large workshop with a smaller amount of staff resources and energy. I just don't see how that could be done. So do we have a sense of, as we think about future workshops, how much this one cost us in terms of resources, and what it might take to do sort of smaller, more targeted ones, so that as the council thinks about this in October, we'll have a sense of how to fit it into our overall allocation of staff resources?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think that's a really good question. Certainly, I would not diminish the amount of work that it took to pull off this workshop, particularly in a community that we haven't been in for a while, in a venue that was new. So in addition to Katie spending her first 6 months working for us, exclusively planning this workshop, obviously with the help of other staff as well. But it was a lot of burden on our admin staff just to figure out how to do it. That being said, I think in terms of how we design these in future, I think what you're suggesting is a good comment back to us, that's something that we can add into our discussion in either the report or the kind of staff perspective on things to keep in mind as you decide how to plan next steps component, that we should reflect a little bit on that resource question. I definitely don't think it's something that we can do every 6 months or even every year. But I think that we have heard a lot of value from devoting this time, from the council being willing to devote this time and meeting across the different groups. So SSC, AP Council, and public, and having that more informal way to have that dialogue. So we'll get back to you on that.
Mr. Toy.
Thanks. It seemed to me that this venue worked really well overall, and recognizing the challenge of it, it's a relatively new venue and all that. But particularly, I recall a lot of the trepidation that a lot of our stakeholders had expressed about their ability to, whether they would be able to participate in this event without having to travel here. And I was from that perspective, I was really pretty impressed with what I've been hearing back from folks about their ability to hear, the way the breakout sessions worked and all that. And so, again, kudos to our staff for the design, but I'm wondering also, are we, as a council, contemplating a letter to the city just expressing our appreciation for their support of our ability to pull this off this well?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I'm looking to our executive director, but I think that that seems something that's very appropriate. I agree.
Yep. I see Mr. Witherall taking notes. Thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Twite. Any additional questions or comments at this point? Okay. Seeing none, thank you again. Mr. Witherall?
Ms. Evans, were you going to put up the 3-meeting outlook?
So through the chair, I'll just highlight briefly. This is the during meeting 3-meeting outlook version that's posted at the bottom of the e-staff tasking agenda. And so this is our first cut at trying to incorporate information from the meeting and then look ahead. We will have an updated version of this that will also come out as part of our newsletter, which would be once we've had a chance to debrief on all of the different items and discussions, both at staff tasking and then throughout the rest of the agenda item. But looking ahead to October, there's a couple of changes from the preliminary October version that was posted before the meeting and reflected here. We've added in a discussion about you had asked for a State Department Coast Guard report on the Russian border and Russian fishing efforts. So we've tried to add that in here. We've also added in a discussion for the council to talk about engagement plans for your chum bycatch analysis looking ahead to February and potentially programmatic and the pre-scoping that you had requested on that. So we'll schedule that for a discussion at the October meeting under B reports. Looking down the agenda, we obviously have our normal things: crab specs, groundfish specs, observer ADP. You will see that there are a few discussion papers and initial review analysis. We have a crew data collection initial review analysis coming back to you tentatively for initial review, as well as a discussion paper on observer availability. And you'll also get an FMAC report on that. National Marine Fisheries Service is preparing the pelagic trawl gear definition initial review analysis. If you recall from, I think it was February, there were 2 different actions there. One was kind of focused changes to the gear definition, and then you also initiated a paper on trawl gear innovation. That one we don't currently have tasking yet. I know that there is work happening within industry, as I understand it, on pulling together information that will feed into that discussion paper. But until we get new staff, we don't actually have a specific date that we're aiming for that paper yet. Other things that are on the list, we had 2 program reviews originally listed, Amendment 80 and IFQ. And under this version of the agenda, we're suggesting keeping the IFQ program on track for October, but potentially moving the Amendment 80 program review onto the December agenda. And again, that's a subject referring back to our previous conversation a little bit about SSC time and addressing some of those concerns. You heard in the B reports about the RQE draft regulations, so we've scheduled that as an agenda item for October for you to review those. And then obviously we've talked about the climate workshop. In addition to the climate workshop that we just did in June and the report on that, we're also under our IRA proposal for climate readiness funding. The other track of that one was there was a policy track and there was also kind of a science track, adjustments to our harvest control rules, adjustments to how we consider risk. And so the national SSC meeting is happening in August, and we're hoping that our SSC members will use that as a way to bring some ideas that hopefully we can capture in October for you about next steps with respect to the science changes or risk changes, harvest control changes, dynamic reference points. How do we want to prioritize and sequence that work? So that's looking at October. I think the other changes to highlight for you, one other change is that we had originally planned to bring back to you the extended discussion paper on Gulf tanner crab protections in October. That will not be possible with our staffing changes. So that is one of the effects of our staffing capacity. And we don't have that specifically scheduled for a future meeting. I think a lot of the work on that paper is done, but until we get a new staff in place, we don't want to affix it to a particular schedule yet. Just recognize we've, highlighted other priorities for ongoing analyses over that discussion paper until we get a new staff on board. You'll see in the batter's box, we've highlighted the crab program motions for requests for 2 discussion papers that you did this week. We'll go back and talk about those once we get back to the office and think about what timing might be for those. You also have the pot cod lap. That's not on here because you just took action on that this morning, but that will probably also go in the batter's box for right now as we assess our staffing capacity and how quickly we can move on some of those different actions. I don't want to walk through December and April necessarily unless you have specific questions, but you can see that there's that special meeting for February planned for the 3rd through the 10th. And with that, if you have any questions, happy to take them.
Yes, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Evans. The Charter Halibut Management Measure Timing Discussion Paper that's in the batter's box, that one, it really should be reviewed by the Charter Management Committee, which meets in October or December. It's been in the box for a year, and it has the potential to alleviate some staff burden if they can figure out how to do the timing better. And it's a relatively small discussion paper, and it would be good if you could fit it in October or December. Otherwise, it'll probably have to wait another year. And every year that we get these measures back in February, it creates a bit of a bottleneck for staff and for industry. So if you can fit it in, that would be great.
I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. Thank you. So I don't think we have anything further from staff, so we'll move on to our AP report. And any members of the public wishing to testify on staff tasking, please do so before the end of the AP report. Following that, however, we'll take a short mid-morning break before we start public testimony. Mr. Wilkins.
Good morning, council members. For the record, Paul Wilkins, Advisory Panel Vice Chair, and I believe online we have Heather Mann, Vice Chair.
Yep, I'm here.
Under agenda item E, staff tasking, the AP took made 3 motions. I'll start with motion number 1, and then I'll pause for questions before moving on. On motion number 1, the AP recommends that the council adopt the following purpose and need statement to initiate analysis on a list of alternatives for a regulatory amendment. Purpose and need, Amendment 114 to the Gulf of Alaska FMP to integrate electronic monitoring on pollock catcher vessels established a full retention requirement for vessels operating under the program, which has provided more precise estimates of Pacific Ocean perch incidental catch. The full retention requirement and improved data has created operational conflicts with maximum retainable amounts, MRAs, regulations, and directed fishing calculations. Alternatives, Alternative 1, status quo. Alternative 2, revise the Gulf of Alaska aggregated rockfish MRA by removing POP and Option 1, establish a separate POP only MRA of 10% for the calculation of directed fishing for pollock. Option 2, establish a separate POP only MRA of 15% for the calculation of directed fishing for pollock. Option 3, establish a separate POP only MRA of 20% for the calculation of directed fishing for pollock. Alternative 3, revise the definition of directed fishing at 50 CFR 679.2 for vessels participating in trawl EM to read. Option 1, with respect to vessels operating in trawl EM, vessels deploying pelagic trawl gear are directed fishing for pollock if the amount of pollock is over 90% or greater of total catch. Option 2, with respect to vessels operating in trawl EM, vessels deploying pelagic trawl gear are directed fishing for pollock if the amount of pollock is 85% or greater of total catch. Option 3, with respect to vessels operating in trawl EM, vessels deploying pelagic trawl gear are directed fishing for pollock if the amount of pollock is 80% or greater of total catch. Alternatives 2 and 3 are not mutually exclusive, but only one option may be selected for each alternative. And that motion passed 21-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Are there any questions on the first motion? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. And my question is the AP was seemed to be responding to the information from NIMS and the B reports about this kind of resulting situation from implementing trawl EM that wasn't caught ahead of time, but the specificity on the options, did the AP receive public testimony that gave them confidence in the kinds of bounds that they were putting on alternative 2 and 3? Or was there additional information provided by AP members to support those options?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the AP did not receive public testimony on this specifically. The motion was initiated through discussion by one AP member that the council had taken that. Sorry, let me rephrase. The AP took a similar motion in April, and then the council chose not to recommend that, but did request the additional information for management to come back to this meeting. And so that was the primary impetus for this to come back. But there was not an extended discussion on the options. I think I'll ask Heather to see if she has any elaboration on that.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can.
I would just add that there was extensive conversation between the maker of the motion and with agency staff leading up to the meeting, and I think even during the meeting. So while we didn't receive public comment, there was conversations going back and forth, and I would just add that we would most likely have received public comment if Miss Julie Bonney was not away from the council meeting on family business. But I know there was a lot of conversation coming into the meeting.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Motion number 2 reads as follows. The AP requests that a draft copy of the Climate Scenarios Workshop report be circulated to participants to ensure all ideas are captured in the summary synthesis prior to releasing the final report to the council. And that motion passed 21-0 as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Was there any discussion when you were discussing this motion that this would require the staff to send out a draft copy to nearly 200 people and then wait for their responses back? The amount of administrative burden that would create, the amount of time. And also, was there any discussion that it was never stated in this climate change workshop that every single person's viewpoint would be reiterated in a workshop? It was more a synthesis of general ideas. That was sort of the message that I got. And I don't know, was there any discussion, or did this just come up and everybody just voted for it without considering those things that I discussed before you?
Madam Chair, Mr. Mesereau, I'll start. And there was discussion about the additional workload. It was very clear from a few members of the AP representing Alaskan Native organizations. They felt concerned that some of their comments may not have been reflected in the talking points that were presented to the AP, recognizing that those were high level concepts being shared back and not everything. The other conversations around the table were around making sure the report is accessible to folks that speak multiple languages from some of the communities. And really, it was, I was the maker of this motion, and I think the conversation was to be in response to several concerns that, or the motion was in response to several of the concerns that were voiced at the table. Yes, recognizing that there would be some additional workload. I don't think I thought about it in the same way that you just described it. But I also felt, and I think other members of the AP felt, that having it right the first time instead of having a final report that didn't capture those and then having consternation around that and potentially complaints around that, I and others thought maybe it would make sense to do it this way. I will add, though, that the way it was described earlier today by Katie and Diana in the conversation with Ms. Kimball, perhaps that is, the way to go. People respond at the October meeting. That way it's available to everyone. But primarily this was in response to those concerns raised by at least three Alaska Native members of our advisory panel, and trying to be responsive to that. So that was my point of view on this. And others, I asked Paul to add anything I might have missed.
I think that sounds reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
Under motion number 3, the AP recommends that the per SSC recommendation, Inflation Reduction Act funding be dedicated to fund a postdoctoral position to design and implement modules capturing economic dynamics within a fishery with an initial focus on sable fish. And that motion passed 21-0.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Wilkins or Ms. Mann, was this to a position to be housed in council staff, or was this just that the council should support whatever institution or agency is proceeding in this, to express a letter of support for their doing that? And I sort of have the same question about the IRA funds. Was this AP recommendation that the IRA funds coming to this council, or that IRA funds distributed more broadly across agencies and others be one source of funding for this?
I'll take an initial start here. We had a conversation with agency, or pardon me, council staff, and I believe the intent was to sort of utilize the council has applied for IRA funding, and the intent was to sort of have a position housed within the council.
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, yes, I would agree with what Paul said. Similar to perhaps the work that's ongoing with the climate scenario workshop, and maybe it would be sort of a temporary funding through the IRA. This is another alternative or motion that we didn't receive public comment on, but which we did have quite a dialogue around the table about, and people felt that this was really being particularly responsive to the SSC workshop from April that talked about using funds. And in the rationale, you can see that one of the things that came out of the SSC workshop was, quote, to develop a tool to support council tax setting decisions for stocks experiencing climate-induced variability. and it goes on to talk about the sablefish fishery. And so connecting those dots is what we were trying to do here with this motion. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Toy.
It does. So we really should be reading this really most as just an AP endorsement of the SSC's suggestions for how that position should, what sort of the terms of reference for that position and the objectives of that position.
That is fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. I appreciate your report and the AP's work this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to add that the AP appreciates Mr. Mesereau's service to the council over the years.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins and Ms. Mann. So with that, let's take a quick break, come back at 11 a.m. and begin public testimony on staff tasking. We have 14 members of the public signed up. So we'll see you at 11. Thank you.
Council, please come back to order. We're ready to begin public testimony. Chair Drobnica will be back in just a couple minutes, but she asked that we get started right on time at 11. So we're beginning public testimony, and the first one on the list is Kirill Basarjan, who will be testifying remotely. Mr. Basarjan, are you with us?
Hello? Yes, I am.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
How are you doing? Good afternoon, council. I have presented to you there the proposals. I missed the AP staff tasking. I apologize. I was there, but I don't know how I missed my name. I'm presenting our long line pot fishing and 4A vessel amendment to raise the C class to a D, so the C class can fish on a 60-foot on or under vessel due to constraints we have in Dutch Harbor. We have lack of vessels fishing in that area, 35 feet and under. We have we're having a hard time finding vessels. Literally, there's maybe 2 or 3 vessels fishing out of the 4A area. I proposed this proposal for the past 2 years, and I only reached out to the staff or the council and AP this January. They said you guys will look into it here in this June meeting, and I'm hoping that the council can strongly support this so we can follow through the October meeting, so we can make a pass this motion that it goes through so we can fish. We literally are struggling there to find vessels. The other one is for long line pot fishing. We are looking for proposals how to eliminate more bycatch when we're Pacific cod fishing. We're not eliminating hook and line at all. We are asking the long line slinky pots to be included in the long line sector. We don't want to be part of the pot fishing quota or the trawl fishing. We all are asking is slinky pots be part of the tag quota that is going out to the long line quota to be included. So the long line fishermen can put either slinky pots or snap-on hooks, or vice versa. You can use one or the other, or use both at the same time. And I have here a clarification on. I'm going back a little bit, but on the small sable fish release, I kind of missed it on the AP. I apologize. I was on the phone, but I want to just give you guys a little bit of history. I urge the guys to support the Sablefish IFQ part. To put more education, to educate fishermen on the importance of not high grading. High grading has devastating effects on our fisheries. We promote responsible fishing practices by releasing small sablefish and avoiding high grading. We can ensure a healthier fishery for the future generations. And we urgently urge National Marine Fisheries to lower the total allowable catch, TAC, on sablefish. The current TAC is way too high, and the fishery is not fully harvested. This has led to plummeting prices due to oversaturated market. Reducing the tax has stabilized the market, ensure more sustainable fishery, and benefit fishing processors and the communities alike. We have been asking for this proposal for the past 5-6 years, and our voices have not been heard. I ask the council to please look at this strongly, because we look at the sablefish and the market is dropping. Every fishing industry knows this. We've been complaining, and fishermen have been complaining. We had this last few meetings here. We had a few proposals there that a few gentlemen were upset that they don't get any price for the small fish. We used to get a really good price for small fish. The reason we're not getting it is the market is oversaturated. I mean, there's too much fish being caught. You give a fisherman 1 million pounds to catch, he'll go catch it. I mean, we have to look at it a beneficial point for the communities and the fishermen alike, and somehow sustain it between all of us to progress and to make it profitable for all industries. We want the young generation to come into the fishery, not come out of a fishery. We're combining all these fisheries together and not letting the young generation come in and fish. If we do that, we're gonna how can I say this? The price of permits and everything goes so high through the roof. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. The only people that benefit is corporations because they got the money to buy in. A small fisherman cannot. I thank you for your time. That's all I have for this morning. If you guys have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Basarjan. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Next testifier is Steve Ramp, followed by Alexis Kwachka.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Oh, thank you. My name is Steve Ramp, and I'd like to talk about the growing fleet of unguided rental vessels in Southeast Alaska and their harvest of halibut in Area 2C. I've been a resident of Sitka for 27 years, and I'm in my third term as the resident sport fish seat on the Sitka Fish and Game Advisory Committee. This group first submitted proposals in 2019 to the Board of Fisheries to quantify and reduce the harvest of this group of anglers. I've already testified to the council twice on this issue. I've also testified twice to the council's Charter Halibut Committee. I've submitted comments to this meeting with an attached Alaska Board of Fisheries proposal. It was submitted to the Board of Fisheries this late winter by our advisory committee, since we can't seem to gain any traction with the council on the issue. We're using this new proposal to ask the state to make official requests to the council to take action to deal with this growing user group. While I totally understand the difficulties in making changes in a state where a resource like halibut is managed by a federal entity, but we've now bounced back and forth between the State Board of Fisheries and the NPFMC for over 5 years and have made exactly zero progress. At each meeting I've participated in, there's been overwhelming public support for the council to take action to throttle back the harvest of halibut from this unguided rental vessel halibut sport fishery. Businesses renting vessels to unguided sport anglers are rapidly increasing in Southeast Alaska. A quick Google search will show that these businesses readily advertise that they offer their customers the opportunity to bypass the federal guided angler regulations and allows these clients to harvest 2 halibut of any size every day. Common sense would lead to a belief that this will definitely lead to local halibut depletion where these businesses operate. Today, I'm asking the council to do the following. 1, please add this issue to the October Charter Halibut Committee. And I realize this isn't a charter halibut issue per se, but any change in the harvest by the unguided rental boat user group could reflect a change in the halibut available to the charter fleet. So I see a link there. 2, if appropriate, comment on the attached proposal when the Board of Fishery issues their proposal book in the fall and ask for public comment. 3, devote some resources starting now to researching the numbers of businesses and vessels participating in this unguided rental vessel halibut sport fishery. Lastly, provide me with some feedback today on what we can or should do from this point on to get some action taken on this issue. With that, I stand ready to field any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Ramp. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you for calling in. Next up is Alexis Kwachka, followed by Patricia Phillips.
Oh, it's calm, cool, and collected until I looked at the 3-meeting outlook. I'm gonna throw you a softball. My name's Alexis Kwachka. I'm representing Gulf Ground Fish Fishermen's Association. As I kind of referenced yesterday, I think it's time. I listen to this banter back and forth. Oh, staff, I hear half the staff's quit. It's time for you guys to take a pause. I heard in public testimony, basically not support for a LAP program that you guys pushed forward yesterday. I don't think it was responsive to the people that were participating in the process here. I think you guys need to slow down, clean out your box or your folder or your trap or whatever you want to call it. Let staff come back to the table and build up and then start moving forward. You keep compounding these issues by adding more to them that the public really didn't want. So what the heck are you doing? As I said yesterday, I got a real problem with vertical integration. It may work out really well in Dutch Harbor, but you go into my community, one processor owns a bunch of waterfront that is not ever going to be developed because they don't want to have competition. They've been entitled, they've worked, they've gotten the benefit of it, and then they close up the door. And then we go, well, we're not doing anything with this product for them. We have another processor that spent $35 million that killed one of our processors, and they use it as a warehouse. There's no way for innovation to come to the table because they have closed up the door and closed off opportunity for others. This is strictly based on rationalization programs and the benefits that they've received. The irony of this whole thing is that the fact that when these things they fail, crab program, I heard somebody was asking for $1 billion of public money to be bailed out on a public resource that you guys chose to privatize. I got a huge issue with this. You keep asking us to come back and bail out on these things. We talk about, global warming. We see failures. 2016 was a disaster. We lost all the codfish in the Gulf of Alaska. You guys are looking in the rear view mirror. Somebody will probably come behind me and say, hey, I want Gulf rationalization. Well, yeah, you know what? It's really groovy to get a public resource given to you that you can then sell and leave. Go look out the road and see $10 million mansion being built by somebody who had the benefits of the crab program. The crab program's gone. It failed. I got my blood. I'm going to keep track of my time here. I got my blood worked up. You guys need to talk about the cumulative impacts of these programs. Each one of them is compounding, and you don't have enough staff time to understand. Ms. Kimball, I heard you talk about economic analysis. When you look at an economic analysis of impacts in a silo of one fishery, it does not represent what the realities are to the other fisheries. And then we go back and review them 10 years from now, it doesn't capture it because everything's gone. I was not joking about yesterday, the boats are gone, the people are gone. To fold back in, we're having a serious problem in our industry. We have dumbed down our crew pool to the point where we can't get qualified people to work industry-wide. It's the result of people becoming sharecroppers. There are all kinds of unintended consequences that never make it to the table or are discussed around here. And you guys are so busy and trying to develop the next program that where I'm going to end is Tanner crab. I have been asking for Tanner crab protection for 20 years in this process. We've succeeded in closing an area where there were never any crab because it was politically right for whoever was sitting at the table. We know where the Tanner crab are on Kodiak Island. They have been there for the last 20 years. If you protect them, they'll be there in perpetuity. Fell off the table. Won't be in there. It's the lowest hanging fruit you have, state of Alaska. Get with the program. Let's get this thing done. It's like, do it. Hire somebody, get it done. The analysis is almost done. We've done it 2 times, 3 times. I don't know. I've lost track here. It's time to slow down, manage the fisheries. all the benefits that you guys have gotten from these rationalized programs, you can probably do through management. It's like the permanent fund dividend. The legislature spends 3/4 of the legislature's time talking about whether we're going to get $1,000 or $1,600 as a check. And then they try to cram through the rest in the last 10 minutes. You really need to slow down, figure out what the impacts are, and then move forward with fishery management, not economic allocation. And if people go out of business, that happens every day. We don't have to stabilize that program. One person's economic loss is another person's economic opportunity. When Bristol Bay was trashed, I bought a permit for 20 grand. Last year it was worth 250 grand. This year it's worth 130. When you stabilize these practices, the checks hit Wells Fargo and they leave the community. The money doesn't get circulated. My talked to you yesterday about $100,000 in 18 hours. That was a real deal. I made $12,000 in 18 hours. I couldn't catch 100,000 pounds of halibut if I wanted to in a week. You guys need to see what the outcomes of these programs are. I'm sorry if I'm aggressive and my horns are out, but it's like you have real impacts on our communities and they are not all good.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Kwachka, I would just ask that when your horns are out, please don't gore the staff. And calling the staff quitters to me was a very unfortunate choice of term.
If I said that, that's not what I meant to imply. I was in this process for 9 years, Mr. Twite. I have personal relationships with the staff. I think the problem that Mr. Witherall goes through is that the staff is completely burdened and overworked. And because we're compounding this stuff, they don't have the light of day. The staff is extraordinary because somebody gets an economic opportunity that may be better with a heck of a lot less stress. I don't fault a person for moving on from that. You know, these guys are buried. That's what I'm saying. Slow down, manage the fisheries, allow for the staff to do quality analysis, which I think they do most of the time, but we keep compounding that. So it's time to slow down. We have to manage the fisheries. We have to set the TAC. We have to allow for people to harvest them. We don't have to put all this other overburden on them with when the public comes to the table and says, hey, we really don't want this program. And you guys go, nah, you know, it's great. We'll move that forward for further analysis. What are you doing? Are you listening to the public? When a gear sector is going to be completely cut out of the conversation, that's going to be directly impacted by an allocative action that you take, is that responsive to the public? You know, asking for tanner crab protections and having a paper stall and lag because staff has chosen to do something better that's less stressful. And it's like bycatch. We talk about bycatch. You want to keep bycatch out of the pot fishery in the Bering Sea? Stay west of Amac Island. You want to not impact crab? Probably don't put bottom gear, mobile bottom gear to be politically correct, on molting crab where you know where they are. These seem like really simple things, and I'm going to end. Thank you for the question. My ex-father-in-law had a great little sticker at the back of the wheelhouse. If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with whatever you'd like to put in that line. So if I offended you, I apologize.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Kwachka. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony. I guess I'd maybe interpret the council motion a little bit different. Yesterday, we had a full AP motion with alternatives and options, and I think the council did take a pause from Ms. Vanderhoven's motion on a LAP program. But despite that, Alexis, Mr. Kwachka, I'm trying to get a sense of what you think the council should do in taking a pause. That batter's box of items that are sitting there, is it your recommendation that we, elevate the tanner crab paper, which is, I hear, is almost completed, and relook and reevaluate the rest of the items in that box for a priority?
I agree that it's a difficult situation to just keep adding things to that box, but I wondered if you had a specific recommendation there.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I will calm down. What my interpretation is that you work through the stuff that you're working on. It seems like when we're doing this stuff, we keep tilling things under. You know, it's like when somebody spent 20 years of their life advocating for something that looks like pretty low hanging fruit to them. I don't know if it's political. I don't know if there's no will to do it. It's like defining pelagic trawl seems like a no-brainer to me. It's mid-water. It's not on the bottom. You know, in this process, we had somebody brag about how they knew where their net was on a show and tell here in town, $150,000 sounder and net sensors, and they could tell exactly where their net is. That's kind of a duh. We spend a lot of time adding more things into the box and tilling under things that really have meaning to other things. And I'm not whining because my particular issue is not in the 3-meeting outlook. I'm just saying that when you're working on things, it seems like things keep overriding on top of what you're doing, and then it gets tilled under and forgotten or pushed to where it's no longer relevant. You know, it's no longer relevant if we go back to full flats trawling in the middle of the known box of tanner crab, and we don't know what the consequences are because nobody can agree around the table of what the reality is, if they are, if they aren't, if they do, if they can, if they would, if they should, you know. So it's like, take these things on as you digest them through the box instead of continuing. And I understand that you're going to have to add things, but come to conclusions before you keep moving on. And the most important conclusion is that you understand the effects of these programs. I can't tell you if that's worthy of an analysis, but I can tell you that the reality of these programs have consequential effects that have hurt my community. And I'd like for you guys to work through them systematically, understand what you're doing, and then move forward. And if I buried you with redundancy, I'm sorry.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kwachka. Next up is Patricia Phillips, followed by Donald Stiles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Patricia Phillips. I'm a lifelong resident of Southeast Alaska, over 50 years in Pelican, Alaska. I'm an original recipient of 2C IFQ and current holder of 2C and 3A IFQ. I hold a tribal shark card. I'm serving as mayor for the city of Pelican, chairperson of the Pelican ADF&G Advisory Committee, and a 30-year member of the Southeast Regional Advisory Council for Federal Subsistence Management. I have a broad range of local knowledge. These comments are my own. The North Pacific Fisheries Management Council has established monitoring catch data for 2C and 3A halibut, except for the unguided harvest of anglers on rented boats. The state of Alaska seems to have some difficulty in compiling catch history from unguided sport fishing vessels. I request that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council direct staff to develop plans to quantify the harvest of halibut by the unguided user group to address the lack of harvest accountability. The unguided users group's undocumented harvest impacts the halibut resource. If the unguided harvest were combined with the charter halibut harvest, the guideline harvest level for halibut in Area 2C would be exceeded. The North Pacific Fishery Management Council has a mandated oversight of the harvest of the halibut resource. The unguided harvest is not subject to the charter halibut measures developed to collect and analyze catch data. Knowing better this data brings better ideas to analyze for future planning. The IPHC and North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and ADF&G regulatory procedures are unwieldy for a sole stakeholder to navigate. Numerous U.S. domestic stakeholders have testified to the AP and North Pacific Council to draft the paper to start gathering information on this issue. The council took no action. The unguided vessel should be identified as a halibut user subgroup of the charter industry to allow the harvest data kept in logbooks. This issue economically injures the charter fleet and the commercial fleet based in 2C and 3A. The North Pacific Management Council has mandated oversight of the harvest of the halibut resource. It is a fully utilized resource. I sat through the North Pacific Fishery Management Council meeting in Anchorage when the council said that the halibut resource is a fully utilized resource. Cross Sound is a shared 2C and 3A boundary area. It's heavily impacted by the unguided charter harvest effort. That harvest must be quantified. Thank you. That concludes my comment.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for you? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is Donald Stiles, followed by Linda Benkin. Mr. Stiles, can you unmute yourself? Can you press *6, Mr. Stiles? Okay, perhaps we'll go to Linda Benkin and then we'll circle back to Mr. Stiles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. This is Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I wanted to touch on two topics quickly and then mainly focus on motion 3 from the AP report. First, just express my strong appreciation and enthusiasm for the climate workshop. It was really satisfying to be focused in this forum on this issue and how we mitigate impacts of climate change to our fisheries and fishing communities. I'm very supportive. Our organization is very supportive of this moving forward in a very public, interactive, open process per the AP recommendation. And I understand that that's also the council's intent. I hope that this workshop inspires more fishermen and fishing organizations to engage in calling for effective climate action. Second, moving on to this issue of the unguided halibut sports sector, we have seen a really rapid growth in the unguided sport sector or assisted unguided sport sector, and it's definitely destabilizing all other sectors of the halibut fishery, from subsistence through guided sport and commercial. As Mr. Ramp said, the public that's concerned about this issue keeps rotating between the IPHC, the council, and the Board of Fish, and everyone seems to send them to the other management body. We would ask for a meeting of the management body minds to identify a path to a solution. We support Mr. Ramp's proposal and believe a management solution will take engagement by this council and ask for that attention to be paid to this issue. Relative to motion 3 from the AP minutes, we strongly support using IRA funds as recommended by the AP in this motion, which reflects the SSC recommendations from April 2024. In April, to quote the SSC minutes, the SSC convened a workshop to scope terms of reference for a potential research contract under council IRA funds. As discussed, the goal of the contract would be to develop a tool to support council tax setting decisions for stocks experiencing climate-induced variability with an initial calibration and application for the sablefish fishery. The SSC went on to recommend that this tool be developed so that the council would have an informed approach in tax setting in the face of environmental and market variability that may arise under climate change, again, with the initial calibration for sablefish. Just to remind the council members, there's some SSC members and members of the sablefish stock assessment team that are building now an MSC model to test alternative harvest control rules for sablefish under a range of environmental conditions, but they lack the bioeconomic expertise to build the module or component to capture the economic dynamics, which are really significant, as you know, right now in the sablefish fishery. Per the SSC recommendations, this expertise would be secured by hiring a postdoc with appropriate expertise. The SSC developed detailed terms of reference and identified mentorship for the position, all of which was included in their April 2024 minutes. The module would be built to later be adapted to other species and fisheries. We strongly support that work. We appreciate the time and attention the SSC dedicated to developing this recommendation, and we appreciate that the AP also took this issue up and made a recommendation to you in their motion 3 of the AP staff tasking minutes for this meeting. We ask that the council also prioritize this work and would just say that from our perspective, this work will take a lot of what arose as a theme during the climate workshop and provide the council with tools to implement climate-informed management as we move forward. Thank you so much. That's all I have, but happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Benkin. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Benkin, for your testimony. My question today to you is about this issue of rental boats. I'm sure you heard the testimony from the last testifier regarding the number of discussion papers and the limited staff and his frustration with Tanner crab protections not even making it on the 3-meeting outlook, which is essentially a year. And we have numerous more discussion papers on critical fishery management needs that are sitting in the batter's box that likely also aren't going to move for at least a year. We've done a discussion paper in 2017, an expanded discussion paper about rental boats in 2018. We tried to take final action in 2019, and at the end of all that, we were unable to accurately describe or identify how many rental boats there really are. The Department of Motor Vehicles registration of rental boats includes sailboats, kayaks, skiffs, non-halibut fishing boats, and that was one of the stumbling blocks. So regardless of what data they have, it's not really usable for our purposes. So my question to you, Ms. Benkin, you've been in this process a long time. You understand the constraints in front of the council. What do you think this council should try to do about this rental boat problem, which I'm not denying is real, but I am bringing to your attention just the lack of capacity at this council and the previous attempts that have failed?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for that challenging question. I understand the constraints. I recognize the challenges. I also hear the frustration that the council can't take up everything that's coming at us right now. I would simply say that when an issue has been around this long and when people are concerned about it, keep getting sent from one management body to another, that there needs to be a place for those management bodies who all have varying amounts of management authority over halibut to come together and figure out what data is there and what the path forward should be for people to find a solution to these concerns. There's certainly some simpler, but probably less popular solutions out there that would involve changes to bag limits for all unguided sport. But I believe Mr. Ramp has developed a proposal that tries to take a more surgical approach, tries to continue to provide more opportunity for our resident halibut sport fishermen, and that moving this ahead with some council support to the Board of Fish process, but also some discussions between all the different management agencies could help identify that path forward. If not immediately, at least as a strategy to gather the data so that effective action can be taken in a reasonable amount of time. And that's what he's asking for, and that's what we support. But thank you so much for the question.
Thank you.
Yes, and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question actually isn't for Ms. Benkin at this point. It's but it's about the issue she brought up last in her testimony. And it's to Mr. Witherell. I need a reminder either now or maybe at the end of public testimony before we take up action about the contents of the council's work plan for climate issues using IRA funds and whether to what degree that work plan includes or addresses this SSC recommendation from their April meeting following their workshop on this issue, on the issue of sablefish.
I see Mr. Witherell providing it. Do you have an answer right now, Mr. Witherell?
I can give you a brief answer right now, Mr. Twite, because it certainly helps Ms. Benkin make her case. But yes, the idea of a study to evaluate our harvest control rules with respect to sablefish as identified by the SSC is, in fact, in our grant proposal. We haven't received any money yet, IRA funding, but my hope is that we'll get some funding this summer and we can go out with a request for proposals, and maybe we'll get a postdoc or a PhD student that would like to evaluate that, the funds we provide.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions.
Thanks so much for the time and all your work this week, and safe travels home.
Thank you. So let's see if Don Stiles is able to unmute himself.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to testify. I'm Donald Stiles from Nome. I participated in the Norton Sound Round Red King Crab fishery. The fishery has experienced some success, but has also experienced its challenges. Norton Sound Red King Crab was part of the original rationalization program back in 1994 and 95. The National Marine Fisheries Service originally allocated 42 LLPs for the Norton Sound Red King Crab fishery. Locals advocated for a larger number to be more inclusive. 62 permits were issued. In hindsight, that number is far too many, and the National Marine Fisheries Service was correct in their assessment of 42. There is an under 32-foot exemption that allows for vessels to enter without an LLP. I submitted proposed changes to the Norton Sound Red King Crab fishery at your last meeting that was endorsed by a number of stakeholders. There are different types of participants, some who are solely reliant on the fishery for their income, and some are using it as a means to supplement their income. There are many outside the fishery who see the gross income without seeing the expense of operating and jump into the fishery without knowing the pitfalls. Many operations have come and gone over the years. The constant turnover burdens families left with debt. The rationalization plan submitted would stabilize the fishery and still give opportunities to new participants. Rationalizing the Norton Sound Red King Crab fishery is needed now. And that's all I have. Sorry for the delay in my testimony, that struggling with technology here.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles. I'm not seeing any questions at this point. I appreciate you calling in.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll take action.
Our next testifier is Ron Kavanaugh, followed by Teresa Peterson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Council. Ron Kavanaugh, once again. I wasn't planning on coming today, but left the boat to come back up here. I wrote down some comments because otherwise I'm going to rattle on. I'm addressing the council's motion and action on D4, the over 60 pot cod lap. The under 60 participated in a collaborative way to ensure that the concerns of our sector would be identified, included in the analysis, but also in the discussions of moving forward so that we could point out any problems we had during the analysis. After participating at the AP and the council, the under 60 was effectively removed from this discussion. We are now kicked off the proverbial train and told to wait until your concerns are relevant. This is not an example of an inclusive process. You're moving forward with an action that is not supported by the over 60 sector. It expands the discussion paper to include motherships, which account for about 100,000 pounds, lacks the discussion of any downstream effects, which we know what they are. We've already seen this in other deals, and you've effectively taken it off the table to even be looked at. And then we're supposed to come back later and say, you missed this. Why was this not included? This is going to be a problem. We tried to thoughtfully spell out some of those so at least you had a direction to look. We did not oppose this action on the record because we believe that we would be included. This is an example of the small boat fleets being dismissed and left behind and out of this discussion. We listed very specific and straightforward items to be analyzed and clarified. And I don't know, it seems like we were purposely left out of the analysis, and now we have no way to, except for to come back later once this paper's brought up in a year or whenever, and try to get our concerns put into it. We're told that this is a gold standard of public input, and you had public input all over the place, and that was left out. First off, there was no consensus from the over 60 of what they even wanted, and yet you move forward with a discussion paper that doesn't even encompass what their, majority may even want. And then you've left out some points that were brought up by the under 60 fleet. So I don't see where the public process had very little effect on this motion that came out of the council. And I'm sorry, because I was trying to be productive participant, and I don't see where anything came out of it that was very productive, but thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kavanaugh. Are there any questions? Thank you. Next up is Teresa Peterson, followed by Melissa McDoyak Johnson.
Good morning, Teresa Peterson. I just wanted to come and share a few thoughts. First, I want to just say thank you for coming to Kodiak for this meeting. It really means a lot to us to have the council come and visit Alaskan fishing community and really understand all the dynamics of a community like Kodiak, including our torrential rainstorms from time to time. It was really an honor to host the first climate workshop here, particularly in this building that's really a new anchor of our community. I thought the discussions were really good, thoughtful, and I hope that these type of workshops are able to continue throughout Alaska, as time and resources allows. In terms of the report, to me, it makes sense that a draft report comes back in October. So there is the opportunity to review it and provide that feedback before it's finalized, perhaps in December. In terms of Tanner Crab, I was encouraged to hear that the paper's almost done, and I would just really encourage council to do its best to get that on the December agenda. I don't know if maybe somebody could be contracted to finish it, or if there's any way, but it's really, really important to a lot of us, and really just a great example of proactively working to protect stocks around Kodiak Island and the epicenter of the Tanner crab population. And finally, I want to just really say thank you to Mr. Mesereau. You've been a great council member and a great friend through all of this journey. You're going to be missed. And then last but not least, I know that we have 4 really great staff members that are moving on for a variety of reasons, different adventures in their life, different opportunities, and just wish them all well. And wish our your executive director well in finding some good people to bring on board. This is, we've had really great people great staff that you've had the ability to work with over the years. So just want to wish them all well too. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Peterson. And thanks for hosting to the community for hosting. And it was kind of you to arrange the reins, so we didn't miss out on that. I'm recalling a couple conversations that you and I and some other stakeholders had on the side, mostly about the Tanner crab issue and some of the data sources that were potentially available. And I'm just wondering if you've been able to sort of track whether or not all the data that you thought might be useful for understanding Tanner crab distribution has actually now been tapped and worked in as part of the almost complete draft, or if you think there's still work to be done there.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. My understanding is there's been quite a bit of dialogue back and forth with the crab biologists, and the data points and additional needs that were requested have been largely achieved. That's as far as I know at this juncture.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Our next testifier is Melissa Matoya Johnson, followed by Brian Ritchie.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Kuyana to the Sukpiak people for providing a place for the council to meet in regards to informing members of the public about the February 2025 special meeting focusing on Chum Bycatch EIS. I have a few comments and recommendations as a tribal member of Nome Eskimo community. As you are aware, the Chum Bycatch EIS is a critical document that will have significant implications for the management of our fisheries and the preservation of subsistence resources vital to the well-being of tribal communities. It is imperative that this process is conducted with the utmost consideration for inclusion and equity, ensuring that all voices, particularly those from the subsistence tribal sector, are adequately heard and represented. The potential overlap in the timing and review of the Chum Bycatch EIS between the SSC, AP, and the Council raises several concerns. Equity and participation, comprehensive review, inclusivity and fairness, continued incorporation of LKTKS protocols. And I'm not going to expand on those because I'm limited on time. So the recommendations that I have are To address these concerns and promote a more balanced and equitable process, I recommend the following actions. First, staggered scheduling. Implement a staggered schedule for the review and discussion of the Chum Bycatch EIS among the SSC, AP, and Council. This will ensure that representatives from the subsistence tribal sector have the opportunity to participate in each stage of the process without conflict. Enhanced communication. Begin work with the AP tribal members and others on continued ways to inform our sector of the special meeting. Capacity building, provide tribes. This will work to provide tribes an opportunity to plan in their 2025 budget meetings that continue to impact our Indigenous way of life. And the fourth one, to continue to include the LKTKS protocols and on-ramps throughout the council processes. The Chum Bycatch EIS is a matter of great importance to the subsistence tribal sector and the broader fishing community. By avoiding scheduling overlaps, ensuring equitable participation, and incorporating LKTKS protocols, the council can uphold its commitment to inclusive and fair decision-making. I urge the council to consider these recommendations to enhance the integrity and effectiveness of the council process. And to conclude, in summary, the Climate Scenarios Workshop plays a crucial role in informing and enhancing the programmatic environmental impact statement by providing detailed climate projections, fostering engagement and supportive, adaptive, and informed decision-making. This integrated approach ensures that fisheries management strategies are both sustainable and resilient in the face as the climate continues to change. Tribal presence was the only way to inspire sectors to notice and even propose to include subsistence and LKTK into this workshop and future research needs. I support the motion provided by the AP to provide a draft copy of the workshop report prior to the October 2024 meeting to participants. Quiana, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. McToig Johnson. I wanted to hear you said enhanced communication around like notice of the special meeting. And I know you were running out of time. Did you have ideas for how the council should do that?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for your question. So as an advisory panel member in the dialogue with council staff regarding communication, for those of us who are heavily involved in the council process are well aware of the 3-meeting outlook, but given the time, of communication, there are a few large tribal annual meetings that are occurring, either before or shortly after the upcoming meeting. And if, in working with staff and, the 3 of us tribal members on the AP, as well as Miss Amelie Wilson, and folks focus there on the EEJ objectives, there's plenty of opportunity to reach out to organizations like AVCP, where Aleut Community of St. Paul, TCC, the Kuskokwim or Yukon Intertribal Fish Commissions, or other large tribal serving entities to get the information out there, either by way of presentation, like a collaborative presentation by staff, and or including the 3 of us tribal members on the AP, so that way there's familiarity with members of the tribal community as to, there's folks out there that are actually serving in this capacity, and definite opportunities to get the notice out there. So just, I am, inquiring from folks that I interact with and realizing, that this information is just being shared, starting at this council meeting, but, folks that I interact with, from interior Alaska to my home region of the Bering Strait, Norton Sound area, going down into the YK area, and then folks that are within the Cook Inlet salmon area, or the Cook Inlet area, they are not informed about this upcoming special meeting. And yeah, just continuing to, find out, like maybe getting invitations from these large tribal serving orgs, co-presentation, it's really awkward if you don't have somebody that you can, visually relate to. The message comes across differently. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Safe travels to everyone, and make sure you get your COVID tests.
Yes, thank you. Our next testifier is Brian Ritchie, followed by Kristen Stahl Johnson. Mr. Ritchie, can you unmute yourself, *6? We'll circle back his first meeting, so.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you very much. Through the chair. This is Brian Ritchie. I'm 34 years old. I'm a charter fisherman from Homer. First, I want to tell a brief story about Kenny Down, who's not with us anymore. I didn't know Kenny well, but he still taught me some really valuable lessons while he was here. And I wanted to take a moment to tell about one of them and just to express my gratitude towards a person who's now gone. When I was new to this process, I gave testimony to the council. I think it was on CSP. I can't really remember. And I was really nervous during that. And frankly, I was kind of insecure back then. And Kenny asked me a question during my testimony. Being nervous, I answered rudely. I was adversarial and I was hostile towards Kenny, though I answered his question well and I think effectively. I remember thinking walking away from that interaction that I had scored a win. I thought Brian 1, Kenny 0. Months later, we finally had a council meeting that was in person. And I remember I was at a restaurant outside the Hilton eating sushi, and Kenny came in and he asked if he could join me. He sat, we talked, and that's where a lesson of huge value to me was imparted by Kenny. And it wasn't directly, rather it was through Kenny's example. Our conversation was respectful, and I built so much understanding by learning to listen to Kenny like he did when he was in this process. Kenny taught me just through sitting and talking to me after I had been rude, that conflict resolution doesn't mean that this process has to be about finding a winner or a loser in any scenario. Often it means learning about each other and learning how to respectfully coexist. I just wanted to say, I hope that I can carry that lesson with me, and someday I hope I can teach it to some young person the way that Kenny taught it to me. I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank Andy Mesereau for 9 years of service to this process and to fishermen, and also wanted to thank him for being a really, really good friend and an invaluable mentor to me. I also wanted to take a chance to thank the council staff members that we're losing for all of the hard work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. So Kristen Stahl Johnson, followed by Chelsea Riddell. And there will be no questions.
Good morning. Excuse me. I hope, or I guess it's almost afternoon. You can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. I wasn't going to take any more of your time during the meeting, but I have a couple of things quickly that I hope I can get done in 3 minutes. One was that the subject came up again in the halls. Talking to fishermen is a great way to learn things. The subject of marine debris and where the fishermen dump their gear. And I know this is more probably a National Marine Fisheries Service issue, but it's a management issue that I think I would strongly recommend that you encourage NIFS to take a strong look at where and how fishermen in Alaska are dumping their gear. In the 10 years that I returned back to my home in Hawaii, I went down to one of my favorite beaches that I frequented as a kid, and there was a huge chunk of Alaska trawl gear buried in the sand that was going to take a backhoe and a lot of time and effort to get out of the beach. And the Papahanaumokuakea, the Northwest Hawaiian Islands Marine Sanctuary, has taken massive tons of, mostly, I would say more than 80, maybe more than 90% of Alaskan trawl gear. I mean, trawl gear that I can identify, and maybe it's coming from Japan and other places, but a huge amount of it off of the reefs on that 1,500-mile stretch of islands every year. The first time that was an enormous amount they can't keep up. The fisherman told me there was there's a place on the crossing of 2 ley lines in the Bering where nobody fishes because that's where they dump their gear. And the pile has gotten so big that you can register it on an echo sounder. On top of that, it cost one fisherman said it cost him $3,000 to go to the dump to dump his gear. I think we need to find a non-punitive, very supportive way for fishermen to, and apparently Akitan Bay is totally full of discarded fishing gear. We have to find a proactive way to stop this craziness. We know that marine debris is an issue, but marine debris that I have seen all over the Hawaiian Island chain and in a lot of other places looks like really a lot of the majority of it is trawl gear. We need to stop this process. And I thought, this is a management process. It may not be on your table, but you could certainly make a strong recommendation to National Marine Fisheries Service to deal with it in a more proactive way that is not punitive, but is helpful to the fishermen. I did want to make another comment following the Alexis, but basically we've been fighting for, we started fighting for community input into the IFQ process back in the 80s before it was ever even an issue. And all the things that we identified as problems going forward, you are now dealing with, and the communities are suffering. And the council's original vote was on IFQs was to not study any other way for limited access. And yet we keep soldiering on, making more laps. We need to, like you said, stop. And real quickly, I'm sorry I'm going over, but there was an item on the research agenda, the research priorities agenda for evaluating the trajectory of North Pacific fisheries management and what the history of it and where it's brought us. And it was reduced, it was taken out of the top 10. And I think that's really where we're at. We need to be talking about who's benefiting and who's losing. This concept that came up about efficiency versus participation is really about, can you take all the fish, or are you just going to let the coastal communities have a shot at it, especially under climate change? Sorry for going over, but I didn't put my 6 minutes on there, and I only put 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I see that there are no questions during this testimony. So Chelsea Riddell is passing and Adam Boakman scheduled remotely, followed by Rebecca Skinner. We're not seeing Adam online, so we'll circle back to him. So next up is Rebecca Skinner.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Skinner testifying for myself. I wanted to support the AP request for the climate workshop for a participant review of the summary and an opportunity to make maybe corrections or additions to the summary. I appreciated the climate workshop and the opportunity for discussion, and note that it was a lot of information that came out during the workshop. My main concern is that our words as participants were understood and characterized accurately, rather than adding new ideas beyond what was discussed in breakout sessions. I'm particularly concerned that perspectives from fishermen and subsistence users who bring valuable information that may not be familiar to breakout facilitators that those participants have an opportunity to review and make sure that what they said was captured correctly. The summary may be intended as high level, and I agree that that's the appropriate level, but I also note that there's always a greater risk that minority viewpoints will get dropped or misunderstood. This workshop process invited public participation, and I think it is appropriate to invest the time to ensure that what we said was correctly captured. And I think this will help increase trust and public engagement, particularly with the science side of things, where in the breakouts I was in, that was identified as sometimes there's a gap between scientists and fishermen and subsistence users who are trying to participate. And that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, and thanks for your testimony, Ms. Skinner. I think Mr. Mesereau spoke a bit in a previous testifier on some of the limitations of staff of sending it out to 200 people and getting edits from people, and that this is just an initial stage. So one of the opportunities, I guess, is to provide that report ahead of time and publicly prior to the October meeting, and then receive public input through our regular process on whether things were characterized correctly, or, as you said, the importance of trying to ensure minority viewpoints aren't dropped. So I guess I want to hear whether you think that or any other alternative to sending out a report to 200 participants and getting 200 sets of edits is something that would be sufficient. Because just to be, in all honesty, I don't think we're going to do that. So any other alternatives?
Thank you for the question. So it is disappointing to hear that that's probably not going to happen, because I think that's what should happen. I tried to capture in one of my statements that if you are inviting the public to participate, and particularly fishermen and subsistence users, I got the impression those were definitely two groups of people that you wanted to participate that don't usually participate. And you're not giving them a fair chance to make sure what they said was accurate. And I particularly say this because my impression is the reason you want fishermen and subsistence users is because they have information that is not necessarily either common to the process or, as I said, familiar to the facilitators or the people who are in charge of writing down the words. So my perspective is, if you didn't really want public participation, then you shouldn't have asked for it, but you asked for it. And there comes with that a responsibility, I think, to make sure that the people who took the time to come and participate, when they're reading the summary, aren't feeling like well, either my viewpoint was mischaracterized or it was completely left out, because what that leads to is just further lack of trust and further lack of engagement. As far as staff time and what's reasonable, I fully understand that bandwidth and staff time is limited. I don't have a solution for that, but I also feel strongly that the farther something gets down the road without an opportunity to give input or make changes, the harder it is to actually get those changes in. And so I do have concern that if a draft report comes out for a council meeting and comment is taken at the council meeting, it's not going to be as effective as if there was an opportunity prior to that. All of that being said, I understand the staff resources, and I get that that may not be a reasonable ask, but I think it's important, and that is why I'm asking for it, even if it can't happen.
Yes, Mr. Twite and then Mr. Mesereau.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Skinner. This isn't even really a question, just and I understand this doesn't completely address, but what your concern is, but I didn't hear you referencing the sort of the use of the Google Doc open period for the next month or so to for folks who, after thinking about it, decide that they probably could use some additional clarification of points they were trying to make or perspectives they were trying to make. It seems to me there's some value in that. Maybe that's not as well understood as it could be, that that's open and available as well as another approach. And I'm just wondering if from your perspective, if that's missing the mark completely, or if it does at least get at some of what you're talking about.
Thank you. So I may have misunderstood what the Google Doc, I guess the point and the process and the availability was. So if it is a chance to review and comment on the meeting summary, so what will become a record of the meeting, then that's valuable. If it is something else, if it's an opportunity for additional comment or additional thoughts that will not become part of the meeting summary, I see that as having less value, because in reality, the written record of this workshop, there's going to be, that's going to be used, and there's going to be value placed on that. And if the words and the perspectives aren't captured in that document, they are going to be lost, because people move through this process, people change out, and what we have to reference later is the written document. And that's just the reality of it. So I am placing a fair amount of value on capturing the perspectives and the words that came out in the breakout session in the written summary. But if I've, it may very well be helpful to more further educate people on the Google Doc as well. Thanks.
Thank you, and Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Skinner, for your further description of why it's important. I think that's really helpful. What I'm wondering is, the Google Doc is one way that we could do it that wouldn't be as burdensome as sending out to every single person. Another thing we could do is we could treat the draft document like we do any document that comes out to the council, and post it on the website, reach out to the participants, say this is posted, we're accepting comments and edits from participants in this, and then solicit those through the website or through the spotlight on the website, so that we could still have essentially what you're asking for, which is an opportunity for anyone that was there to go back and review the document and make comments without sending the document and getting the edits back in a more labor intensive way. I guess there's a couple ways I think you could still get the input without having it be overwhelming. And that was my suggestion, just as you described it, is if we can post it and then let people comment. It's a lot different than sending it out to every single person. In other words, we put it out there for people to go to it if they feel strongly about commenting, instead of providing this two-way communication to each person.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. I was just thinking making the document available, and I was not being I wasn't even thinking specifically about how it became available. So what you described would be fine, as long as it's available for people to review and make comment prior to it getting too far down the road of either being finalized or something that's getting more fully baked and it's harder to get changes in. But whether it gets emailed out as an attachment or is available through the website, either way, I think is fine, as long as it is available. It's more the timing of it rather than the mechanism from my perspective. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is Chris Woodley, and then I'll circle back to Adam Bachman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. Hate to be the last person standing between the council and lunch, so I'll make this quick. I wanted to provide just a quick comment regarding the in-meeting 3-meeting outlook, but specifically the topic of the Amendment 80 review timing. We had a chance to talk with staff about this. We're not opposed to shifting it from October to a later date. December is kind of challenging for us because we're going to have the MRA review. We're also going to be going through tax setting and also adding the Amendment 80 review to that. Makes it for a very challenging meeting. Certainly know it's not all about us, but what I wanted to put out is if the council is going to shift it, we would also be opening to shifting it to a later date, possibly like April of 2025, so the next available council meeting. In the past, we placed more urgency on getting this done because of specific other things going on where we needed that report in a more timely manner, but that has since passed, and so the urgency isn't there for us anymore. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then more importantly than this issue of Amendment 80 review timing was, I just wanted to say thanks to Mr. Mesereau for all of his service on the council, and thanks to Sam and Sarah for all the work they've put in over the years. It's certainly the people that make the process work, and we're going to miss all of them. And so I really appreciate all of their effort over the years, and best of luck to all of them. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Any questions? Not seeing any. Appreciate your testimony. Is Adam Bachman online? Okay. So that concludes our public testimony on staff tasking. Let's take an abbreviated lunch, half hour. We'll come back at 12:50 and see if the council wishes to take action or if there's any outstanding discussion for staff tasking. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Welcome back, everyone. We are nearing the end of our meeting. We have received public testimony on staff tasking, and I'll open up the floor to council members, see if there's any further items for discussion or action that the council would like to take. Mr. Tway.
Thanks, Madam Chair. A small issue first. We received notice from National Marine Fisheries Service in the first day or two of the meeting that the revised DBFM roadmap was available for comment. And I know that was briefly mentioned during the B reports, and I don't remember if we actually set up a plan for providing comments on that.
Mr. Witherell.
We have not discussed having a council specifically comment on that roadmap. I did see some email traffic that was suggesting that we notify everyone that attended the climate scenarios workshop that that was available for comment. So I think we will certainly do that and share that with those attendees.
I was wondering if maybe just a council letter could suggest that a longer comment period would be in order, but if it doesn't, just build off of previous council letters on EBFM roadmaps. In addition to what you were suggesting.
Thank you, Mr. Tway. Mr. Curling.
Thanks, Madam Chair. On another issue, the Pacific Ocean Perch MRA item, I have a motion. The council initiates a regulatory amendment with the following purpose and needs statement and alternatives. With the implementation of electronic monitoring for pelagic trawl fisheries, trawl EM, the National Marine Fisheries Service will require vessels to retain and deliver all catch and exempt vessels from the prohibition on retaining catch above maximum retainable amounts to reduce regulatory discards and improve catch accounting. NMFS will continue to use MRA calculations to determine directed fishing to ensure compliance with other fishery regulations. Currently, Pacific Ocean perch catch in the pelagic trawl fisheries accrues toward the aggregated rockfish category MRA of 5%. The combination of the new requirement to retain all catch in the trawl EM program and increasing POP biomass necessitates evaluating the current regulations to resolve unintended consequences that may result from the retention of MRA and directed fishing requirements. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, remove POP from the aggregated rockfish category for pollock targets and establish a separate POP MRA for calculation of directed fishing that reflects the intrinsic rate of POP bycatch in pollock fisheries under regulations at 50 CFR 679.20E and Table 10 to Part 679. Alternative 3, revise the definition of directed fishing at 50 CFR 679.2 for vessels participating in the pelagic trawl EM program, such that vessels deploying pelagic trawl gear are directed fishing for pollock if the amount of pollock is 80% or greater of total catch. And that's my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the second. So this was discussed under the B2 report, response to an issue that NMFS staff raised on the consequences of requiring full retention of all catches under the trawl EM program combined with increasing POP biomass. The two action alternatives here provide a couple of different ways to address the issue, to inform the analysis, and that's consistent with the two suggestions that were included in that in the NMFS management report. My motion here does not include options under each alternative as suggested by the AP. It seems sufficient to have the analysis, just kind of look at this issue generally and then inform the appropriate values for either a POP MRA or defining directed fishing for pollock.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Are there any questions on the motion? Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. I maybe haven't dived into the AP motion quite enough, but I did note that their alternatives 2 and 3 were not mutually exclusive, and I'm not 100% clear on the interplay if with your motion, we need to define at this point whether alternatives 2 and 3 are mutually exclusive or not.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. These are two separate options for addressing the problem. I don't have the AP's motion in front of me, but these are two different paths that can be pursued.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Curlin, for your motion. Maybe not on the direct wording of the motion, but my understanding from the B reports was that these data exist and that isn't a heavy lift, I guess, for the agency, and they would be kind of the primary staff on this type of paper. So I just wanted to see if that was kind of still the understanding as you went through the week working with your staff.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. Any comments on the motion? Thank you, Mr. Curlin. Any objections to the motion? That motion passes without objection. Further discussion from the council. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've been having trouble raising my hand. So could we go back to whatever you all decided about the ecosystem-based fisheries management roadmap? I just did not hear what the decision was there in terms of a comment letter.
I believe the decision was the council will also submit a letter using some of the same themes that we've used in past comment letters on EBMF. Is that correct, Mr. Woodall? Yes. Did you have any?
Yes, that was what Mr. Twite was suggesting, is that the council prepare a letter requesting a longer comment period, and also to provide comments that build off other prior letters relative to EBFM.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Yes, that's what I was interested in recommending, so I appreciate that. Madam Chair, I have a few other things if it's appropriate.
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. First off, I just, again, wanted to really apologize to the members of the public on my behalf who provided testimony during staff tasking. I was having trouble, technical troubles for some reason, raising my hand, and there were a few questions I wanted to ask, but I think it's fine. I just wanted to address a few of the comments that we heard today, so I'll just walk through those one by one and pause in between, Madam Chair, if that's all right. Starting off by acknowledging the comment that we received on the IFQ proposal for changes to Area 4A vessel length requirements. And I just wanted to again acknowledge that the council has received that proposal several times now, and I just think that the appropriate way to potentially address that would be to go through our IFQ program review process that we currently have planned. And quite often when we do these program reviews, like we just did for crowd rationalization program at this meeting, there are items coming out of those reviews that the council would wish to take a look at in terms of management actions. And I think that the appropriate thing for the IFQ proposal would be to take that proposal in mind as we go through the IFQ review process and potentially consider it following the completion of the IFQ program review, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I'll see if anyone has any questions on that recommendation. Not seeing any. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Moving on, another topic that we heard about in public comment, and I just want to preface by saying was I appreciate that we received comment from several members of the public who are quite frustrated that perhaps their concerns are not, in their perspective, being addressed in this process to their satisfaction. I guess speaking as one council member, I share their frustration that we as a council cannot address every single thing that comes in front of us, because in my experience, the council members recognize and appreciate how important these issues are to each one of you that come in front of us. And so with that said, I wanted to address the issue of rental boats that we heard about again today. And as the ADF&G representative, I appreciate that several of those comments probably were mostly addressed at me. And I appreciated Mr. Mesro essentially providing the comments and questions that I would have liked to have provided during testimony. In that this council has at least twice tried to address this issue. And I think Mr. Mesro did a good job of describing the results of that effort. I will say, however, understanding the current interest in continuing to take a look at that, it's my understanding that ADF&G staff have also received requests from the public to look at that. And so it would be my intention, Madam Chair, to look at the proposal that was submitted in public comment this time to the council in terms of addressing rental boat concerns and work with ADF&G staff over the summer to review that proposal and come back with information to report to the public and the council at the October meeting in terms of any new way of looking at the issue or potential ideas for different ways to look at the data that could involve the council or other management bodies, but I hope to have more information in October, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Baker. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Just a question on that statement. Is that work going on at ADF&G? Is that something then that you'd provide in the ADF&G management report, in the B reports, given that it's not a direct council task?
That would be my intention.
Okay, thank you.
Not seeing any other hands up, Ms. Baker. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. And my final issue also relates to a request in public comment that we have heard before, and that was for the council to move forward with a proposal for a rationalization program for the Norton Sound red king crab fishery. Appreciate the proposer coming to us and finding ourselves in a similar situation that at this point, given council capacity and some of the announcements of staff departures, even since that proposal last came in front of us, what I was thinking was that perhaps because it does involve a king crab fishery that of course is directly managed by ADF&G, that perhaps again over the summer our staff could do a little bit more of that sort of data gathering and information evaluation of a proposal like that. that potentially I might propose that be done in the council process. I'd like to try to figure out a way for our staff to do that again over the summer and come back with a recommendation or at least some more information for the public and the council at the October meeting in terms of that rationalization proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I'm not seeing any hands up. Appreciate you taking on these tasks. Thank you. Anything further from council members? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. One of the motions that the AP brought forward concerned sort of next steps on sablefish work to look at integrating economic concerns, socioeconomic concerns, sort of picking up on a thread we've talked about quite a bit. And I just wanted to let folks know that, and I think they've sort of heard that already from Mr. Witherell, but I think I wanted to just reiterate that the next steps for that work, based on the recommendation from the SSC at their April meeting, those next steps are ready to be implemented as soon as a check rolls into the council offices, as soon as the funding that's anticipated rolls in from the council, rolls into the council offices. So I think the onus is really at this point on the agency to finish dispersing those funds so that we can start work.
Thanks for circling back on that, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, I know you're going to talk about any committee appointments that need to be done, but I think in light of the chair and the council wanting to understand more about what each committee is doing and be explicit about agendas, I just wanted to make sure we noted that the partial coverage fishery monitoring committee would be meeting in September, and their task is to review and make recommendations on the draft 2025 annual deployment plan. And then the full fishery monitoring advisory committee would be meeting likely for just one day to review the observer availability discussion paper and any NIFWIF EM proposals in order to provide any priority recommendations to the council. So I just wanted to be explicit about the topics for those two committee meetings.
Thank you. I appreciate that reminder. And Mr. Twite.
And just following up on that, just acknowledgement that we got several letters as well as some public testimony about the observer position on the FMAC, and just call those to your attention as you consider how to fill that position.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. At the end of our conversation, I'll be making an announcement on those solicitations. Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
I don't have any action. I thought one of the kind of most significant pieces of the action memo for staff tasking was just the reminder of the time that we have, both with staff time and resources dedicated to projects, and also for the SSC. And I realize that more ideas are going to come back to us potentially in October, but I do want to just put out there, given that what was placed in the action memo, that I do think we have to be really prudent with the SSC's time. And if there's any preliminary that I, as one council member, recommendations could make, it is that the reviews, either the MSA reviews or the allocation reviews that we do at the behest of the agency to be in compliance with the allocation policy, those are things that I think if the SSC has already provided the methodology, reviewed data to be used for those reviews, and a structure for those reviews, that we wouldn't need the SSC to see every single one of those reviews. And that may be a very small way to provide some time savings. But when I look at what's on the preliminary October and December agendas for the SSC, it includes 2 reviews. So possible ideas, even though I know we're not making recommendations. I just wanted to put my ideas out there and then possibly the public could think of other ideas by the time we get to October.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. See Mr. Witherall taking notes of those recommendations. Mr. Twite.
It's again, Ms. Kimball's thoughts spark further thought. We know that following the SCS 8, which is scheduled for August, one of the things that we are very likely to see a call for increased sort of review of our harvest control rule curves. That's going to be a big workload for the whole scientific community to begin that work before they come to us, but particularly for the SSC. And so I think as we think about ways to lighten their load now, we need to really keep thinking for additional items, just as Ms. Kimball called for, because we know we've got a pretty big workload coming at us in terms of potential modifications to harvest control rule curves in anticipation of the results of the SCS8 review of our use of rule curves.
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Twite. Anything further? Any discussion, actions? Ms. Kimball.
Just what we did receive, and I'm not trying to address every public comment, but there was I don't know what the opportunity is for the executive director to think about the February meeting that's with CHUM as the primary topic, but one of the suggestions I thought was really good to see as much as we can to be able to stagger SSC, AP, and council review such that everyone that's coming to that meeting has an opportunity to at least testify at each of those bodies, if they'd like, if not see it all the way through each of those bodies. So maybe there's a little overlap there, but not quite as much as we're used to in our normal process. And if that can be accommodated, maybe it's, I think it would be positive.
That's our current plan as Ms. Evans identified in the memo.
Not seeing anything further. I might just have to do a very brief stand down of a question. One moment. Ms. Evans, I think Mr. Witherall has a question for you. Apparently, I'm trying to interpret the hand gestures here at the end of the meeting. I was really on it at the beginning and now I've just lost my compass.
So my understanding is that there were vacancies on our FMAC committee and for a on-board observer, a current observer, and somebody for the full coverage. Is that correct? And we were planning to go for a call for nominations in the newsletter, and that's what I was seeking clarification about.
Through the chair, Mr. Witherall, so we had two committee members from one from the FMAC and one who is on the FMAC and the PCFMAC leave. So this May was their last meeting, and one of those people is the observer representative, and the other one was Caitlin Yeager, who I believe when she was put on the committees was representing catcher vessels in the Trolley M program. And so if the council wishes to solicit nominations for those positions, this would be the time to do so.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And I would like, I know this is the chair's discretion, but to consider soliciting for an observer representative on the partial coverage FMAC as well.
Thank you. So that would be an observer representative on the FMAC and the partial coverage FMAC. Okay. So that's a great transition. I would express my intentions without, if barring any objection, to solicit nominations for the partial coverage FMAC for an observer representative, as well as the FMAC for an observer representative and a full coverage trawl CV rep. I'd also like to announce intentions to appoint Nicole Kimball to be the council NPRB representative to replace Mr. Mesereau. Not that he's replaceable, but I'm sure she'll do an adequate job. And would like to thank the community of Kodiak for graciously hosting our meeting and for the public engagement in the climate change task force workshop, or the climate change workshop, and for all of your valuable testimony that helps inform our decision making. I'd like to thank staff for their work this meeting as well. We absolutely could not achieve our obligations under law or to this process without your contributions and your quality analyses. Best wishes to Sam Cunningham, Sarah Rhinesmith Gardner, and Sarah LaBelle. This will certainly be a loss to our region, and you will be missed. And Mr. Mesereau, it's been an absolute privilege and some other things working with you. They certainly broke the mold, and I just, yeah, have tremendously appreciated working with you over the last couple of years. You've been an excellent council member. Thank you. Would you like the final word? Okay. Okay, so that concludes our meeting, and we will see you all in October. Have a good summer. Safe fishing.